you. Ooh, I'm getting an echo.
Uh-oh. What about now?
I hear the music though.
That's okay. Yay! We're live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our tonight's episode of Brood. This is our second session. I just want to start off by thanking our sponsors, Dice Bard. They're a Vancouver-based company, dice company. If you use the promo code, or if you use the code PROBO, PROBO at checkout, you'll receive free expedited shipping to anywhere in the world. I'd also like to thank our sponsors, Twitch, OBS Streamlabs, and Mini-Sided Dice. And also, finally, we have a new program announcement. Tune in beginning Tuesday, April 2nd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to catch Tabletop Legends, a new homebrew campaign DM'd by Matt. Viewers will have a chance to win a set of alternate core texts. So just keep checking in on Twitter for upcoming announcements on the game. So, now that we've gone through our announcements, I will go ahead and give a little synopsis. Last session of Brood, we all were introduced to each member of the Brood. We had Krasimira, Blue Dragon, Dylus, our Gold, Phaedrus, our Brass Dragon, and we had Viatrix, our Green. Each were born underneath their Bronze Brood Mother, and throughout the next many years, they grew and grew until they were ready to take on a lair of their own. Each they did, and then were ready to take in a horde of their own. They set their sights on a big goal, however. They wanted to take over the city of Corinth on the island archipelago in the Whalebones, in the Trackless Sea in Faerun. And over the course of much deception, intrigue, and conniving plans, they were able to do so and were able to place themselves on the seat of the throne. After dealing with their mother, who had desired to take that from them, they slayed her and were thus able to concretely set themselves on this throne. It has been 3 months since then, and since then, they have all brought themselves to a place of relative comfort, being able to rule this new country that they've brought out. And with that, we'll jump in. Phaedrus. You feel warm, safe, and happy. You hear that crackling, soft noise you've always heard in this space. You know that orange glow all around you means safety. Between you and that soft glow, just visible through the walls around you, there's a shape. 2. These silhouettes, these 2, they feel like love and sound. As you hear soft tones and vibrations and song, until one day the light goes out, and instead, you cannot see them anymore. The warm, comfortable figures you always saw. In fact, you can't see anything anymore. And instead, a warm, creeping, insidious ring surrounds you, thankfully not touching you through these walls that cradle you. But you don't know what it is, and you don't understand as it starts to grow cold. Then you're lifted. A long time passes before you feel safe again, and the need to leave this place strikes. Viatrix. Dappled light touches you, along with a crisp, refreshing chill. When the light was just right, you would see round shapes silhouetted all around you. Many of them, many on many, and it was comforting to know that these shapes were around you. Occasionally you heard a deep, resonating voice. Then one day, you hear and the round silhouettes around you are smashed under a larger, heavy shape. And they're getting closer and closer to you. Then a voice reverberates, a different one than the one you're used to, and the shape stops. Then you're lifted, and the air no longer feels fresh and crisp and alive. It feels dull. By the time you feel that coolness again, it's time to leave. Dylus, there's something around you. Always. It's warm and it's bright, and it rises and it falls with soft breath, and you move with it ever so slightly, in tandem. And this is all you have ever known. And a voice speaks to you every so often, humming to you. Then one day the hum is gone, and you're alone for the first time. You wait, and you wait, and you wait. And the figure doesn't come back. You're lifted one day, and by the time you feel warm and not alone again, you know it's time to leave. Krasimira, you feel warm and safe and happy. There are two murmuring voices. They trade sounds every so often, and it's comforting to hear them around you. With them you hear a crash every so often, and with the crash you see light, a flash just for a moment, and because of that, you see the figures, two figures next to one another, every time the light crashes, and the sound is methodical and it's soothing. It's all you've ever known. One day the rhythm of life halts for you as violent noise erupts around you, and with it, the sound and light crashes outside. One figure is gone. A strange silhouette appears next to the familiar silhouette. A strange figure raises and strikes down into the familiar silhouette, being lifted, and your eyes open. And the thunderstorm outside your window is rolling, and you're awake in your room in the keep. And you kind of, maybe for a moment, but you realize it's been a dream. Kai, you have the same dream again. Do you tell her this time?
Nope.
Okay.
Keep it to myself.
Okay. Brood, you are right before the day of the festival. Now, you have been waiting for this festival for quite a while. This festival, you know, will certainly help morale and will likely set a new tone for the country that you're leading. What would you like to do that morning? If anything at all.
I would like to gather my siblings, especially my sister Krasmira, before she is to make her preparations for the speech, and I have a gift for all of my lovely siblings. I believe if the commission has been finished.
I will say that the commission has been finished, yes.
All right. I would gather my siblings and I would produce a small carved wooden box. And I would say, for the future of our nation and the future of the brood, I had these made for all of you. And I open it, and there's 4 rings, each of a little dragon that would curl around your finger. In the metal or in their mouth, a gemstone to correspond to your color. So, for example, I have a gold ring with a ruby gemstone, and there's one for each of you that I had made.
Thank you, brother. That's so sweet of you.
Of course.
That's quite lovely. Like me.
Oh yes, it matches your eyes very well, sister. I give Adris his as well.
Is quite sentimental. Very unlike yourself. Is there a special occasion of it?
I figured that what with the festival and the renaming and everything, that we should never forget where we started.
This is true.
First.
I'll put it on in front of them.
Put mine on.
Put it on.
And
Love it.
sister, about your speech. You have not told me whether you would like to do it yourself or if you would have me do it for you as the royal advisor. What have you chosen?
Perhaps I will do it this time.
All right. I will introduce you, and then you will have the floor.
Sounds good.
So, right as the morning comes, the streets outside of the castle are alive. What is there a name that you have been telling everyone the festival has been called?
Good question.
Should we call it like the Festival of Renewal or something like that?
Ooh.
How wholesome.
A renewal festival. We could like mark this as like the new year, a new age. And so we're renaming the country.
Exosha, what's in your wallet?
Day of Renewal.
Or we
That's
could call it,
Exosha's
like,
stand. Are you in good hands?
Brother, I expect you
Are
to announce that, make that announcement. You can announce the new name and whatnot.
Yeah, we could call it like a renewal festival or like something like, I don't know, renewal commemoration or like fiesta.
Welcome to the first festival of renewal for a bright, colorful new age, as we are releasing the
dawn of
new
the new renewal.
dawn of the renewal.
Yeah, or just like dawn of renewal, something like that.
I
For me?
like
Okay.
that. All right.
All right. So, let me get you. All right. As you all wake up for your new day on this day of renewal, you all see many things as you come outside, along with your procession. You see this day of renewal. I didn't bring that up a little bit. The day of renewal is upon you, and by the time the storm has passed the previous night, the cloud-covered skies had opened, and the light breaches through, and the streets are filled with all sorts of people, and families are walking with baskets and colored streamers. You see, because you had invited them, small bands of bards and musicians mark almost every intersection as people walk along and talk to one another, as the whole air is just filled with music and poems and cheer and the smell of spice and incense from food that had been imported for the occasion comes in waves as you follow these sauntering crowds inward towards the main central district of Exosha. And until you get there, you see all along the way there are stands of food and delicious scents of cooked meat and beautiful pastries lining all the fruit carts, and the banners and ribbons of, I'm guessing you guys are saying all 4 of your colors? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There are banners of brass and gold and green and blue, and they just wave and flicker overhead in the wind that comes through. It kind of gives this distant movement to everything, as everyone feels like they're participating in something. And even those who maybe perhaps don't agree with this current situation, they at least are very excited by the prospect of this festival. You hear children laughing, and you see a number of games and all sorts of interesting things being set up. And you see, as you come to the center. Oh yes, go for it.
There's something that recently happened to Phaedrus, correct?
Recently happened to Phaedrus.
A certain injury that happened to him.
Yes, it happened around 2 months ago, a month and a half ago.
Because of this, Phaedrus would like to stay as close to Dylus as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Even though the festivity is happening, you see that he's a little bit more reserved and drawn back from the public.
Okay.
Are you in armor?
Yes.
Okay.
As we're walking, like, would I have acquired my mandolin yet? Is it like something that I've been like trying to practice, but I'm like, I suck. I'm gonna just be like strumming it, like I'm just chilling. I'm just like,
you're like
walking.
You're like an 8th grader trying to practice their guitar. Just, come on, chords.
Doing hot cross buns over and over.
God, sister, really?
Absolutely.
I would have made
Can you at
sure
least
that
change the
Tasmira's,
song?
her dress is falling nicely, that her hair is all done for her appearance for today, and all of that stuff. Make sure.
Say that one more
good.
time. Say that one more time, Christy. Christy.
Yeah, Christy froze.
Oh, I
Froze for a
froze?
second.
Oh, damn it.
Just for a moment.
What happened while I was doing your hair?
Oh, I was like just telling my sister to play something different. I'm getting rather sick and tired of that hot cross buns, to be honest.
You're doing the same 3 notes, sister.
It's
there are
giving
more
me
than
a
3
migraine,
notes.
sister. Please, I know you can be much more talented than this. Please.
It takes 10,000 hours to become a master at anything.
Oh my lord.
And so we have 10,000 hours of hot cross buns left.
I am going to be old and ancient by the time that you master this, sister. Please.
It only takes 2 moments to break a mandolin.
Yeah, and it only
That's
takes
the
1
best
moment
thing
for me
you've
to
said all month.
bite you in the face, brother.
Oh,
That is literally the best idea you've had all month, Phaedrus. Brilliant.
Okay, let me try something else I've been practicing. Jurassic Park theme song.
The festivities are all going nice and well. I do believe, though, Sister Tasmira, I will want to speak with you after the speech. A request, but I have your speech ready, written for you.
Sure. Yes, please.
Shall we go see the people?
You sure?
So-
You want to give me that speech? Because Christy don't remember what the fuck we're doing.
I didn't. You are basically announcing the new name of the nation, revealing the new crest, and I have like a half cape, one of those ones that just goes over like one shoulder that has like the crest on it, and announcing our new diplomatic attempts within the following year to expand and grow. Just, give them hope. Be a light.
Dedication to the people.
You always shine brightly, my sister. You'll do fine.
Yes, but Christy is really fucked up right now, so...
Well, I offered to do the speech for you, and you said that you wanted to do
Then
it.
you do it, brother, because Christy is fucking out of it. If it was Krasimir, yes, but Christy is not here.
Whoever doesn't Can you two please smile more?
I'm always smiling. What
Wouldn't-
the fuck are you talking about?
I have
Smiling
a smile.
kindly, not
Oh.
smiling at your meal.
We will be up on the pulpit from the castle. They will not get too close. At least they should not if your men do what they are supposed to do.
Would you like to do it from the pulpit of the castle, or would you like to do it in the town square where all the events are happening?
Oh, perhaps we should do it.
Pit.
Well, the
Hold
last
it.
time that happened, I spared the life because someone stabbed you. If that happens again and I have to kill someone on festival day, I don't think that's going to go over too well.
You
Pulpit
have your
sounds
guard
fine.
with you as well.
We
I
can
want
also
to
send out Sola and some of my agents and try to keep an eye on the crowd if we were to do it from the town square. Would perhaps reflect better on the message we're trying to convey.
Fair.
We will speak from the pulpit. You will wave to the people, and then you can go in and have some rest. You have seemed a little sickly this time, and perhaps just a little bit more rest. But an appearance is required.
Right.
Has anyone... Never mind.
What's
Speak
the
your
matter?
mind, brother.
No. This is a very important day. I shall not clutter it with thoughts. Perhaps, Viatrix, we can speak in private sometime.
Yeah, of course, my ear's always open for you.
You two continue on with the speech.
Would you all? So you will be doing it down in the
No, we're going to the
on the
pulpit.
pulpit.
The pulpit of the castle.
Because two of you seem to think
I disagree with doing it from the castle.
Do you want
Hang on.
Krasmira to go down? Do you want just me to go down and speak to the people, and she's up in the pulpit waving? What?
Perhaps from the steps of the castle instead of all the way up in the air as if you're lording over people. If we're trying to convey the impression that we're here to improve relations with other nations and improve the lives of our people, perhaps it is unwise to be lording over them from 3 stories in the air.
That is fair. We could do it from the steps of the castle.
We
okay.
can also have
Happy
sister,
compromise.
All right.
Happy Sister can tell the speech from a pig pen somewhere in a ditch.
We just need to do the speech, and then we can go about our business. I'm sure we have many meetings, and the people can play with the games and the tourney or whatever you have set up for them.
You
Oh, you mean the wyvern?
you also know that there have been like events set up, like the Wyvern Tourney and the Wyvern Tourney. You know that there are certain classes that have been set up. There is also, you know, that the adventurers that you had asked for were arriving today.
Yes, I need to.
So they will be arriving at the docks pretty soon.
All right. Yes, I need to do the speech so that I can see them to the castle to speak with them or meet them at the docks. So we need to get this going.
Okay, and you also know, or I guess, are you guys walking amongst? Are you guys staying in the castle, or are you walking amongst people?
I imagine we were in Krasmira's
The
like
castle.
chambers.
Okay,
I will eventually go down to the people, but not yet.
okay. All right. So you all,
With a guard detail.
Obviously,
Yeah.
sister.
Yes.
Absolutely.
so you all arrive. The festivities don't really begin until this speech has been given. So as you arrive, all 4 of you, I'm guessing. All 4 of you arrive on the steps of the keep.
Yes.
Remind me again, DM, what's her name again? That's always beside me.
Basira.
Visira. Yeah, she's
Mhm.
probably standing behind me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I can certainly say that's possible.
Sola has been like integrated into the crowd.
Yeah, Sola and other choice agents are kind
Okay.
of going around keeping watch on the crowd around us.
Okay. So you all arrive here, and you're standing before around 2,000 people. It's kind of not an ideal spot for people to all be surrounding because it's kind of on a hill, kind of coming up. So there are like down roads. Some people are on like roofs and buildings around there, just listening. So, what would you like to say?
To our people, all stand for your queen, Kasmira, the Brood Queen, ruler of Exotia and the Whalebone Archipelago, and the tamer of dragons. And I will gesture for Kasmira to step forward. We thank you all for your arrival today, for the dawn of renewal. We hope that the following year is one of prosperity, of likes that none of you have seen before. Let our colors shine, and let all of the trackless sea know the name Exotia.
Go ahead and roll a performance check for me.
Is there a small, child that's amongst the crowd?
There's lots of children.
Is there anyone that looks eager to see what's going on?
Sure, yeah, there's some kids like ducking under legs, and there's some kids on people's shoulders.
Performance.
I want to catch the one that's underneath the legs, and I'll put one on my shoulder.
Okay. I'll say you can do that.
Is an 18.
18. Okay. So, as you all are standing here, you are giving off this speech to everyone. You hear, when you say Exotia, you hear from a good portion of the crowd, Exotia! And there's a clap and cheer, and people generally seem to be in very good spirits at this festival. So,
let down the banners for the colors of Exotia and reveal the crest, which I hope we have banners hanging from
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you would have prepared.
Not a single one.
Not a single one drops.
We totally did this. 5 banners, so 5 banners, so 4 of the colors from the sides of the castle, 1 for the boys, 1 for the girls, and then a center one that has the new crest.
Okay. You do so, and there's there's a uproar from a portion of the crowd that's just oh, there's stuff
and he wipes the sweat that was forming on his forehead and just tries to smile like his brother told him to.
So you do so, and it is received quite well. And with that, do you start the festivities?
I would look to Kasmira to say, let the festivities begin.
We all stand in unity now. Let the festival of renewal begin.
And there's just and people are clapping. People start to move down the hill away from the keep and head into the streets where music, bards and painters and all sorts of games are being played.
Oh, fuck.
I just pat my younger brother on his shoulder.
It never gets any easier.
You did well.
Don't worry, these small folk are easily amused.
So, I would like to run with the kids to the play entertainment section, but I want to break off to a certain artisan shop.
Okay.
A wood carver shop.
Uh-huh.
Would the shop be open?
Oh yes, definitely. There's a lot of business that can be had right around now. People are willing to spend some money.
I take my time. I don't want to break any lines or anything like that. I wait till it's my turn. Then I just want to say to the shopkeeper, so I understand that you make specialized wooden trinkets for the occasions.
You see in front of you he's an older human man. He goes, oh, yes I do. What exactly are you looking for?
Nothing too exceptional. I was just hoping that you could do something a bit festive for me at the occasion, and I'm going to actually not showing the complete ring, but just kind of glance the sparkle of the ring and say, I would want something similar to this if you can potentially make it.
I believe I can have it done. I think a friend of mine made that one for... I believe that was for... what are your titles, by the way?
I would be protector.
I know you have... What is
Knight
it?
Commander or
Knight
Yeah, Knight Commander or Protector.
Okay. But what about Dylus and Viatrix?
Royal Advisor.
I don't think I should have Spy Master.
Hand to the Queen. You could be Lore Master.
Girl from the block.
Lore Master.
Thadiana.
No, you could be like Lore Master, so like you're just like head of the libraries, the knowledge, and I'm like hand to the Queen.
I guess Lore Master will be a working title.
Okay. I think I made that for, what is it, I'm just remembering all the new names now. The Visor Dylus.
Yes. It does not need to be so intricate with such metals. I am much more interested in the carving of it.
Certainly. How fast do you need it?
How fast can you potentially work something within the next few days?
I mean, if you want it to be a replicate of this one, you need a couple days. Like 2. Come back at 2, I'll make it a rush order for you, Commander.
That's wonderful. I bless your services, and I will speak of the town of such great work that you do.
Thank you. How are you working this out with citizens? Do you guys not have to pay for anything? Are you forcing them not to charge you, or are you paying them for their services?
Hi,
I would
I'm
definitely
Commander
pay.
Shepard, and this is my favorite shop on the Citadel.
Do we collect taxes?
Oh, don't make me do that. No, because I would have to be the one that collects
but
it.
I don't think that counts here.
Yeah. I mean,
You're
technically-
fucking rich. Pay for it out of pocket.
yeah, I was going to pay for this out of pocket, but I also would assume that we would probably collect business taxes, wouldn't we?
For sure.
We can,
At the end of the month.
Yes,
we could say
every-
that someone
yes.
from the council does that instead of you.
And it would be pretty much around the same time
Yeah.
of the new moon when we do all the
when we do court.
when
When
do
we
the
hold-
court.
Okay.
Okay. I
I'll-
charge about 50 gold for the services.
Okay, I'll give
For a
him
very
50, and I say, you do this a fine, wealthy job. I'll see to it that the taxes go easy on you.
Roll persuasion for me?
Gladly.
Ari, tax fraud.
This fucking brother.
We'll give you a tax break this month if you do good work.
I can't believe you're just giving
we know
out
who the
tax
corrupt
breaks.
one is. Jesus Christ.
19.
19. Okay. Yeah, he's like, raises an eyebrow at you. We would certainly appreciate that, Commander.
I mean,
And
we were pirates.
Yeah.
So.
he nods at you. By the way, just a note on your guys' ring, Dylus, there wasn't a wizard that you had found that could enchant the rings
Yeah.
to talk. They look
I was
beautiful.
going to make them sending stones so that we could always speak to each other, but I could not find an.
Something you could do in the future, perhaps, but at the moment,
I'd have to take the rings back, though. So keep it in mind.
Okay, so that's what you're doing, Phaedrus. What are the rest of you doing as you all break? You know that the adventure arrived.
I would like to get into something less extravagant, and then go out into the festivities and see what is going on.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Dress down,
are you-
basically.
I would tell
Crown
Class
stays
Nina
though,
that
duh.
I would tell Klasmira that I would want to speak with her in the palace later today.
Do you want to do
but
that
then-
now, or?
I could. It is a simple request.
Okay, sure. Let's find us.
I
I'll
believe
find a
to-
secluded area where
we
just the
will
two of
find
us
a-
can talk.
We will have a little quick chit-chat.
Yeah, okay.
I know I have spoken to you a few times about the Moonshay Isles.
Yes, you've mentioned quite a few times. What about it?
And I know that you do not want me to stray far. But if we are going to do these diplomatic missions, I do believe that I should go. I will take a ship with a few good men. Possibly these adventurers that I hear will be arriving in the docks soon. And I will go to Moonshay in your name. And I will see if we can start some sort of diplomatic relations. A trade route. I will not be gone long. Perhaps only a... How long would it take to take a ship to the Moonshay Isles?
To the Moonshay Isles, I would need to check our map. I believe it would take you about like a 2-week round trip.
All right. 2 weeks to get there and back.
Round trip. Mm-hmm.
So
If you're
I-
staying there for a while, too.
I would only be gone perhaps a month at the most, depending on if I stay 2 weeks if sooner. It's just if we find out that they are not good people, they will not let our ship return, but you know that I can. I do not want to stray far from you, sister. But you have a kingdom to rule, and I have diplomatic relations to do in your name.
You know I don't like this, brother.
I know.
It makes me nervous.
I
Let's-
touch my ring to hers. The brood will always be here. I put you
I will
above
come
everything.
to find you if you are not back
I
within the
know.
month.
If I am
Personally,
not
I
back
will leave
within
this
the-
kingdom and drag you back, so help me,
I know.
Bahamut, I swear to God.
I know. You will drag me kicking and screaming, and you will have my scales for a coat. I know, I have heard it many times. I promise. Within the month.
If you were a day late, brother, so help me.
I would never dream of angering you, sister.
No, but they might.
That is true. But I go in your name, so I will bring your attitude.
You can certainly try.
I will certainly try.
Alright.
I will have a ship prepared in the morning.
Tomorrow?
Yes.
For fuck's sakes.
The sooner I leave, the sooner I return. What are you going to have me do here?
Keep us safe.
Phaedrus will keep you safe.
Oh, really? The Mr. getting stabby stab, really?
Every single campaign.
I'm sorry, that was a little bit of Christy showing through.
If I did not think that you couldn't take care of yourself, I would have said so. But if I said so, you would have my neck.
I'll just kiss him on the cheek. Not a day late, brother.
Not a day late. I should be back before the next new moon, I believe. Before you hold court.
Fine.
All right. I go to the docks. I kiss her forehead, and I go.
Okay.
I will go get dressed.
Okay. As you're walking, Dylus, Viatrix, what are you doing?
I'll probably take like a couple guards, like whatever I have to take, but more like I'm gonna have like a bunch of like my people around in the crowd,
Okay.
and I'm gonna go and try to like take some classes to learn the mandolin, but I'm also on the prowl.
Okay. Okay.
Kardashian?
Good to know. So you kind of join with the streets with your people around you. We'll come back to you.
Yeah, I'm
Dial
not
it.
concerned with being away from the people. I'm gonna dive in.
Dive on in. Okay. Dylus, you get to the docks.
Oh no, here we go.
What's up?
I would be there as well.
Okay. As you are walking, Dylus and Phaedrus, as you are walking through the city, you as you walk through all the beautiful scents and smells, and people are running around and having a good time, you get to the city center, the central square there, and you see. Go ahead, actually roll perception check, both of you.
All right, one moment. Perception. I am not perceptive. I need glasses. That is a 16.
I got a natural 20.
16 minus 1, so 15.
15, okay. So the two of you see quite immediately when you come into the city center, it looks like the city's central area is pretty close to the docks because ships are quite important. You can see the docks like quite openly. Like there are no buildings obscuring your view of the docks. And you see actually a good number around, around 30 or so obvious adventurer folk are already arriving in the city's square. And Phaedrus, you see as well, you spot something out of the corner of your eye. You see a few people that don't look amongst the adventurers, but look like they've also arrived at the docks. They look official, and they look like... You see a couple things with a natural 20. You see 2 Aarakocra dressed beautifully and standing out from the crowd. You also see a dark elf, which is also uncommon in Exotia. He also looks very well dressed, and you see a group of people surrounding him, like a guard. You see a very beautifully in gold fabric. She's very strong looking with braided hair, but she's also looks very official. You see 2. I don't know if you would know what they are, but they're Eladrin. You see 2 Eladrin walking amongst one another. They have scholarly clothes on. They have certain... they also look quite official. They have many papers and things on them. You see what looks like a water genasi. You recognize because of Krasimira's form is also a water genasi and humanoid. This water genasi is more overtly of the water plane. You see her hair move so slight, and you realize her hair is made of water that seems tethered to around her face, and it frames it in this like kind of soft bouncing waves. She is wearing a captain's hat, and she seems to be lounging next to the docks, kind of just looking around. And you also see someone else that stands out, a huge woman. She's in furs and strapped with all sorts of leathers and things on her back. As you look at them, you realize that you might be able to recognize some hints of these people having been... They look like they're from another country, and all of them look like, at least you recognize immediately the furred woman. She looks like she's from Ruitham, the island country right to your west. The furs and things look so how it's been described to you. You're not sure about the others, but they also look quite official. They don't look like your adventurers that are in a group of 30 or so near them.
Yeah,
they look.
Like to say, I sent
they
them
look more
to
like
the-
officials. Yeah,
I sent
they
them
look
to
more
the
like.
Sword Coast.
Mm-hmm.
It is very, very standard that any newcomers into the island are
Mhm.
received warmly by the
Mhm.
military presence. So I would make sure to greet each and every one of them, making sure that eye contact is sustained. And for all of the stronger fitter types,
Mhm.
I present a hand to grab and then kiss.
Okay.
And for all of the higher royalty that seem a little bit more weaker in their presence, I will do a bow to them.
Okay. So I can actually give you photos of the most striking ones. But we'll do that in a
Kai,
minute.
where are you?
So as you kind of start addressing them, Phaedrus, you, Dylus, you start to address the group of adventurers there that are kind of milling about. Some are starting to buy things, some are starting to like kind of participate in the festivities. All they knew was that they were to arrive and that they would be spoken to and addressed eventually at probably the day that they'd arrived there.
Yep.
So, what do? You come up to this group of folks.
Are they all still on the ship? Have they disembarked?
They're in the city square. They're kind of already moved. They've moved away from the dock. They're in the city square.
We would check their papers as they're coming off to make sure they're documented.
Mm-hmm.
I would stand in front. I would approach them, and I would go, "Are you all to be the adventurers that I have called for?"
And there's a various piping up from the group. You see a pretty diverse cast of characters here as well. You see what kind of immediately strikes you. You would see three what look like monks. Obviously, they're wearing soft robes, kind of draped over them. One of them is very suavely, "Why, yes, that would be us." And she kind of does it best. She keeps one hand like kind of resting in her like open robe, like just kind of like lying there as like kind of like a holder in it. Yeah, and she goes, "That would be us." And you see behind her are a beautiful woman with beautiful dark skin and gold on her chest. They all three of them. The central one looks like something about her evokes earth. The other evokes fire, and another evokes water. And they look very like they may be elemental monks. You see next to them a halfling. She looks shy. She's dressed in ruggy military garb. She has a gun on her back.
Do I know what the gun is?
This I think this might be the first time you've ever seen one. A strange contraption is on her back. She's very quiet. She doesn't speak. You see a woman, very short, a gnome. She has curly white hair and dark skin, freckles all over her nose, and she says, "Yes, that would be us." And next to her is go ahead and describe yourself, Kai.
Oh wow! Okay. All right. So you also do see a gnome. He has this kind of tan skin, somewhat similar to someone from like Turkish or Kurdish kind of region of the world, if we were relating it back to, our kind of lives. He's got these stormy grey eyes with hints of purple and silver, just little flecks just flowing through him. And his hair is tied up in he's got like really, really tight curls, and it's tied up in this loose kind of bun with a few strands that just kind of naturally fall out to the sides. He's pretty thick. He does carry a lot of weight for a gnome. He's what you would describe as a wholesome big boy, and he's got little smudges of like grease and dirt that are just kind of always on his face.
See them as well. You see next to them what looks more like a sailor. If I was to describe him, he looks a little bit like Dorian from Dragon Age. Very, very kindly looking. Obviously, he has a long sword on his side. Looks like a fighter. You see a very tan elven man with shaved on the sides, long braided hair, and a bow on his back. You see a half-orc, very obviously not wearing many clothes, might obviously be a barbarian. With him, you see what looks like maybe like a cleric. He's wearing like a lot of armor, with sigils on it, and he's looking quite openly and honestly up at you all. You see also with him a very, very pale woman with dark black hair, and her eyes are kind of like whited over. I don't think you'd know what an Aasimar is, but anyone who knows might recognize this as an Aasimar. You also see, kind of on the side, looking around excitedly, tiefling, very red and dark skin, but a little more strong. But he has a lute on his back, a violin on his back. He looks like he's looking around and tapping a foot excitedly. You also see another fighter. She has crazy red hair, and a calm sorcerer next to her. They're standing together. That is the ones you notice right away. Oh, also a scruffy half-orc fighter standing at the side.
How many of these races are depicted in art around what we've collected?
I don't think that art in the whalebones would know much about
any of them.
Wouldn't know much
less
about
portraiture.
Yeah, you may see a portrait or two. I don't know.
More like
Asthma are very uncommon. Asthma are very uncommon. Eladrin are very uncommon, at least here. But half-orcs are quite common. Tieflings are more common. And then, of course, humans and the rest.
If there's just any art that depicts any of the types of visuals that I've seen, I would probably stay close to those, particularly the cleric for sure, just to see if I can study the carving and etchings.
Definitely. Do you want to make a roll to see if you know what he's wearing?
I probably don't, but sure.
Go for it. Roll a religion check. Actually, investigation, I'll say.
Okay. 16.
16? You recognize both of the symbols on his chest. You see a sun, looks like Lathander, or basically Pelor, god of the sun. And you see next to it a smaller moon, which you might associate with Saloon, the goddess of the moon.
What wonderful etchings you have on your arm, are there?
Oh, me? Oh,
yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I worked really hard on it.
I can see that. It's quite impressive.
Thank you.
Do you follow regularly?
I very much do. Yes.
I would very much so love to learn the ways that you follow.
Certainly. What is your name?
I'm looking at Dywitz for approval.
Oh, muted.
Everyone, this is Phaedrus, the Knight Commander of Exotia, and I am Dylus. Hand to the Queen, Klasmira, first of her name. If you would all please follow us, you may enjoy the festivities, but then I would like you all to come at my bidding to the palace. There is much to discuss, and I would like you to meet the Queen.
They all nod their heads. They all nod their heads at you. The monk says, "Understood. We'll see you there in a couple hours." And
Do not dawdle, is what I said.
Oh, okay. They'll kind of give you a little wave off, and they all go about their business. Or should I say, Kai, what do you do?
Oh. Such a new place. I do want to see if there's festivities going on. I would like to kind of walk around there.
Participate? Okay.
Yes.
There's all sorts of games going on. You see people are kind of talking about the Wyvern tournament that's going on. I'm assuming you guys are structuring it like a tournament.
It is, yeah. I was thinking it's probably
I was thinking people fight against each other, and then the top fighters from that get a chance to fight the Wyvern, and whoever can defeat it, kind of can take a special position with the royal family. Become one of our dragons for a year or something like that.
Yeah, you
become the dragon
to the Queen. And then in the next year's festival you get to be part of operating the Wyvern.
Okay.
I also like the idea of like using like paints or dust of our colors to get more points.
Oh.
What if we filled like a sand pit with like our colors? So like while you're fighting, it like
drama?
Yeah, it looks.
That's
it's because it is also entertainment.
Yeah, you could totally do that.
So
I like that.
You get to, there's like 4 teams.
Yeah,
so like,
I was gonna say, what if we have people could choose a different member of the family to like be part of their like team, and then the one winner from each team. So there's 4 end fighters who can fight the wyvern, and then whoever like wins can,
Okay, I like that. Okay, awesome.
So people choose what team they want to sign up for.
Cool. Okay, I like that. Is there some sort of association, like a Gryffindor house with each family? Or each member of the family? Like a team?
We're doing Gryffindor houses.
Yeah. They're completely separate from
We're
Dragons.
all Slytherin. What are you fucking talking about?
When you all told me, we're all perfectly one.
Is very good finders.
I think they're objects because we talked about the shield and the sword.
The shield, the sword, the lightning bolt, the fleur-de-lis.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
cool.
true.
I like that. I like that a lot. Oh, so that's what people will use when they sign up as a kind of thing. So people are talking about the tourney, getting excited. What'd you say, Victoria?
Like they choose like a token. They get like a little sticker.
A sword,
Maybe a little,
a shield, a lightning bolt, or
from whoever they want to sign up to represent.
Maybe like a sash or medal or something on their body they wear. Okay. Awesome.
Phaedrus is also taking secret bets with Viatrix to see which older sibling gets the most points.
So do you all want? I would assume that there was a viewing area where you guys could watch the tournament if you'd like to.
For
yes?
sure. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. I would like to go to Kai because he is a player. He will get special attention.
You go up to Kai, you go up to the gnome, and next to him is the gnome that's beside him with the white hair and the darker skin and the freckles. She has a book in her hand. You immediately recognize because you have been looking at one yourself. She's a wizard. She's looking through a book. She has glasses on, much like mine. She's pushing them up, and she looks at you. You come up to her, or both of them, and she goes, "Must we kill the wyvern? I feel that wyvern are often misunderstood. I feel like you can definitely work with them, and you could subdue it. Would that work for you?"
Oh, that's clever. I like that. That's good.
I knew you would.
If you were to subdue the beast, I take it that you are going to be entering the tourney then.
I think it would be quite fun. What do you think, Kai?
If you're doing it, I'm going to do it too. So, I'm in.
Kit, by the way. It's nice to meet you. Kit Hawkart.
It is a pleasure. My name is Dylas.
Nice to meet you, Dylas.
Welcome to Exotia.
It's a wonderful place from what I can see.
I am happy that you were able to come. All of you. I have heard that you are all quite skilled in your various aspects. Kai, what exactly do you perchance take as your skill set?
Well, I can do a bit of this, a bit of that. I got a shield, a sword. I can sling some magic about if you so choose. But mostly I'm just here to, I protect Kit.
He is he is so very competent. Oh my goodness. I definitely recommend looking to him for any protection you may need. He's a very, very confident fighter and healer.
I hope that you will enter the tournament under my banner, and I will be rooting for you to see if you can defeat the other 3 teams, of which, well, the team leaders are almost like family to me, so perhaps don't beat them too badly. But if you are able to subdue the wyvern, that would be most entertaining to watch, as the rest would be trying to kill.
I appreciate that.
I look forward to it, I do.
Thank you. All right. Well, Kai, ready? Maybe we'll go enter.
Ready when you are.
All right. And they kind of wave at you, and they head off and go go. You have some time, Kai, to go look around before you enter and do some stuff too. But she'll go off and register you.
I'm just taking in the architecture and just kind of, marveling at the festivities that are going on.
Try the honeyed salmon.
Yeah, I'm definitely going for like anything that looks sweet or anything that's just gonna like get me fat. So
there's a lot of pastries, delicious
There's
chocolate.
ginger ale because that's what Krasimira wants, bitch.
Ginger ale just on tap.
I like to imagine that we also got some like pastry chefs to make like kind of like a gingerbread man, but it's like a little gnome.
Oh,
because I definitely don't like to eat those.
So, I'll say, let's see. Viatrix, you were walking around, on the prowl, etc. Are you looking for people? Are you looking for bards? Are you looking at just everyone? Are you just, like, looking to train with anybody? Like, what are you looking for?
I want to, like, try to find anybody who's, like, playing a stringed instrument, like, similar to mine, like a mandolin, or, like, if someone's playing, like, anything like that, so that I can try to, like, learn, so that I can stop with the hot cross buns. Yeah, but, I'm a little, like, Kingsdale is boring. He's in my waterfall cave with, like, hardcore Stockholm syndrome, while all of my siblings have all these cool, like, little concubines that are out here, like, doing these jobs.
I gave mine to you.
And you still have Michelle Obama.
No, I don't like Michelle Obama, okay? Michelle Obama's basic.
Good night, everybody.
I don't...
Michelle Obama's basic.
I don't want her. Like, we're out here, like... We're daddy hunting right now.
Make a if you're looking for something in particular, make an investigation check for me.
Okay. Wait, Lip actually froze though.
Oh no!
That's what you get for insulting Michelle Obama.
Never seen him look happy.
Oh man, alright, hold on, I gotta zoom in on. Okay, I have a 4. No, I have a 3. Ooh, that's a natural 19, 20, 21, 22.
Okay. So
wait, I should have a +6 to this because it's in intelligence, which is a 3. Proficiency bonus is a 3 because I'm proficient in investigation. So that's like a 25.
Okay, 20. Oh, very nice. Very nice. 25. Quite immediately, or I wouldn't say that. You are very discerning about who you are looking at. There's many bards out today. And there were a couple that came off of the boat. But quite immediately, you see, well, let me say this. First, you see, let me see. All right, you see a soulful woman, kind of sitting down. There's a good crowd around her. It's a quieter area of town, closer to kind of where the trade is at. And she's playing much larger than a mandolin. It almost sits on the ground, and she's playing this instrument. She's playing this sitar. I think you probably would know now. It's a very big instrument. Let me make sure. I believe it's a sitar, and she's kind of soulfully plucking, and people are listening, like very calmly and quietly, and it's very, very beautiful. If you keep walking farther, you see a gnome with a very large lute, bigger than him, and he's strumming it. And you look at the lute closer, and it's got like spikes sticking out of it, and like it's got metal sticking out at odd angles on the base of it. And he also has like a little mustache that's curled up. And he's kind of like strumming quickly and very invigorated by it. And then lastly, I'd say you would see there's a red tiefling, taller, more muscular usually than tieflings are, and he's playing a violin. But something that you see with a 25, you see on it by his feet mini instruments in a bag that are kind of like laying down next to him, and he's kind of taken a spot like a little higher up on some steps, and there's a bunch of children and families and people just kind of milling about listening to him, and at one point
acquired.
Target acquired. Okay, good to know. So you go ahead and come up to him and kind of, do you take a listen to what he's saying? I think it's hard not to.
I'm gonna listen and watch for a little.
Okay.
I gotta size up my prey before I go in for the kill here.
Okay. Ooh, okay, that's very good. He's playing on his violin for the first act that you see, and he's playing on it, no music, but it's like beautiful, and he kind of hikes it up at one point, and it's kind of like it's more of like a upbeat and kind of engaging tune. And then at the next part, he puts down his violin, and he comes down closer to the children there that are sitting down below, and he goes, come closer, let me tell you a story. And he kind of does this with his fingers and a little bit of prestidigitation, kind of, or should I say thaumaturgy? That's what he does. A little bit of thaumaturgy kind of gives off this little soft, mysterious noise as he kind of pushes that through, and the kids go ooh, and he tells them a story, a grand tale of this man shining in white armor, and as he went out and made a friend with a very devious man, a tiger man, and this man and the tiger man became friends, and they went out and had many adventures together. And you might recognize that he's talking about maybe like a Rakshasa or something like that. It's a weird tall tale, but he tells it engagingly, and everyone's like, oh, as they talk about all their adventures and sailing on ships and meeting all sorts of folks, and it's very engaging. It's pretty interesting. And then at the very end, he kind of looks around at the crowd, and he's gathered more people around him now. He's like, can I have a volunteer from the audience? Anyone who would like to do a duet?
Oh god, I suck, but I'm gonna confidently raise my hand because we're doing it live.
Oh, great!
I'm gonna hot cross bun them so hard.
Okay. So, I'll say, let's see. Let me pull something up real fast.
This is gonna be bad.
And he goes, when you raise your hand, what do you look like right now, Viatrix? Are you like dressed in beautiful garb? Are you obviously like, I am Draconis family? Like, what do you look like right now?
Yeah, I'm out here looking hella slim thick, okay? Like, I have like a nice dress that's like kind of like, I'd say like kind of like Grecian style. Like it's more like airy and like flowy. Yeah, and I just got some like, I don't know, like little bangles and jewelry. I got my nice green hair did. I'm trying to look nice today because it's a special occasion.
Okay, awesome. So
as look the part.
Okay, awesome. So as you come up to the, I did not put that on repeat. Like a ninny. As you come up to him and kind of walk forward confidently, he goes, "Oh, hello there." And he kind of raises an eyebrow at you, and he kind of walks on his makeshift stage and makes room for you. And he kind of starts to walk around you in a circle. And he starts to play on, he puts down his violin, and as he walks and he picks up, notices that you have a mandolin, and he takes out a lute. And as he does this, he sings a little song. And I would say, I don't know if you know this song, Victoria, but he goes ahead and sings, and but if you'd like to say you partake and sing along to the duet part of this, I'll say you totally can. But there's a bit of a music playing, and as he kind of walks around you, he goes, he kind of just sings a song. He goes, "I hadn't slept in a week. I was weak. I was awake. You never seen a bastard orphan more in need of a break. longing for Angelica, missing my wife. That's when Miss Mariah Reynolds walked into my life, and she said, and if I would like to say you go ahead and sing the other part, I'll say you do, and you go, I know, because it's a pretty famous song. I think most people would know. Go ahead and roll performance, actually, for me.
Victoria has no idea what that is, but I'm guessing it's Hamilton because of how everybody reacted, which I don't.
Why don't you know Hamilton? You're such a bad
volunteer as
theater
tribute.
Please, all of us will sing
All
it
of us
for
will
you.
do. Wait for it.
Hold on. Oh, 18? Oh, I
Ooh,
don't know. I only
very
rolled a
nice.
16.
That's pretty good. So he got a natural 20. With an 18 and a natural 20, you both are walking around one another, strumming your lute and looking at one another. You can, like, Viatrix, you are not looking away from this tiefling. I think I have a photo that I can put in there for you. Where is he? Give me.
Lives out here like it's an American thing. I still don't know it.
Okay. I'll give it to you in a moment. But you see this kind of black-haired tiefling who is looking at you with these almost all yellow eyes with little slits there in front of them. He's looking at you and he starts to sing. And I'll say that you were able to sing the song with him. The song, just for context, it's about a man cheating on his wife because he can't say no to how beautiful she is.
Say no to this.
And so you sing, I know you are a man of honor. I'm so sorry to bother you at home, but I don't know where to go. And I came here all alone. And then he goes, she said, and then you go back, my husband's been doing me wrong, beating me, treating me, mistreating me. Suddenly he's up and gone. I don't have the means to go on. And he goes, so I offered her a loan. I offered to walk her home, and she said, and you guys keep going back and forth, and you go, you're too kind, sir. And it's like this dance between you two, as you guys are just engaging in this very sensual song, and some of the parents are kind of like, whoa, with their kids. But it's a pretty magical moment. I don't know how I can't say how Viatrix feels, but it's a pretty intense thing between you two. So I'll say that's the kind of engagement you have with this bard. And as you guys finish the song, he steps back and he looks at you and he goes, well done. What is your name?
Hold on. Okay, I can't think of anything clever. Me, I am Viatrix, lawmaster for the royal family, and sister to our glorious queen, Krasimira. And you?
To a woman in such high places, I feel humbled but I must say, my name is Hark. It's nice to meet you.
Hawk, like the bird?
Hark, like H-A-R-K.
Hark the herald angels sing.
And he kind of reaches out a hand and shakes it to you. And shakes your hand, I'm assuming.
I'll do like a little curtsy, little handshake. But it's like the this one. Not like a handshake.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Doing like the little, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yes. And he goes ahead. If you allow him, he will kiss your hand.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
Lip, stop typing naughty things.
So, with that, what would you like to do, Viatrix? Would you like to stick around this area? What would you like to do? I'll say soon the tourney's probably starting.
Yeah. I'm gonna kind of like, I guess I'll kind of jam out a little bit longer, and then like as things
He's absolutely willing to.
What?
He's absolutely willing to.
Yeah, we'll jam out, and like I'll kind of, try to pick up a couple things, and then like as it's winding down, I'll like ask him, so are you here to compete in the tourney, or are you just here to watch?
Well, I had considered it. I can do many a thing in the field of battle.
I'm sure you can do many a thing in many places.
You had it literally, and you say that together. Like, you say it at the same time.
Hello?
I love it. And you kind of both stop and you look at each other.
I call 911 right now.
Someone bring me a bucket of water.
I am the police.
Let me put this picture in here.
Wow.
So yeah, he goes. He says, "Maybe I will if I can do it in your favor."
Certainly, if you're planning on sticking around here in Exotia for a while, come calling for me at the castle. Or perhaps I'll come calling for you.
Bitch, what?
So you can come see me.
Yeah, at the most important place in town.
Just come see you? Sure.
Yeah.
He goes.
Yeah, let's rearrange those words, huh?
See me come. Sorry.
He goes.
Leaving it up to the imagination, Christy.
He kind of leans in a little closer and he goes, Exotia seems too beautiful of a place to leave so soon. And he looks at you. And he goes ahead and he heads off towards the tourney to register.
It's on like Donkey Kong.
Okay, so Krasimira, what are you doing? The tourney's you have time to hang about and do some stuff.
Yes, so I would be walking around the festival before I go up to the viewing platform.
Mm-hmm.
Want to look at the food, the drinks. Lots of drinks.
There is plenty of ginger ale. There's plenty of food. All sorts of things are scattered about. Let me put this picture.
I'm bringing you a goblet of alcoholic ginger ale.
Oh, you do so. For her. You guys walking around together or separately?
Sure.
I would have found her again.
Okay. There's Hark. That's him.
Daddy!
He's a handsome.
Oh! Hey!
Just show
just remember
the chat or the stream. That is
to,
Hark
boy. But I hired him, so I think he's one of the adventurers, right?
Mm-hmm, you saw him with the group.
Right.
Okay.
You can pay him with coin. I'm paying him with something else.
Okay, so you all see, or Krasimira, as you're walking, you see a couple of the diplomats that had arrived from some other places, just kind of milling about. Some people catch your eye. Next to you, there are. It's kind of hard not to notice them. You see two Aarakocra, and at first you think it's one Aarakocra. Pretty beautiful. You can't quite tell the gender, but as you hear her speak to the cashier, you could maybe collect that she might be a woman. She's beautiful, looks like a sparrow, very elegant white, beautiful robes. You see on her shoulder a pygmy owl, Aarakocra, only about this big, adorable, soft owl face, and they're kind of just conversing, eating some pastries together. They're next to you across the way, kind of standing out in the street, not really partaking. You see a dark elf with like 3 or 4 of a guard around, or 4 guard around him. He's kind of looking very regal, looking very slowly surveying. You see the two Eladrin. The Eladrin are enamoring to look at. One of them the Eladrin is huge and in armor, but almost looks like it's not metal, but it almost looks like it in the sun. And all these red leaves and flowers that kind of like come off their back like a cloak. Beautiful, tall, and intimidating. You can't see their face behind a helm. And next to them is an old Eladrin, kind of with all this graying or not dying, but wilting like beard on his face, and he's a little older, and they're walking together. One of them, the one in red, looks like a guard, or more like a very regal guard, and next to her is a a man, older man. You see those three kind of groups as you're walking around.
Are the Eladrin and the Dark Elf seeming to walk together, or are they separate?
Separate. The Dark Elf seems to be kind of more away from the rest and kind of just talking to the guard occasionally and observing. He kind of observes you as you come by and is looking at you out of the corner of his eye.
Brother, do you know where they hail from?
Well, if they are... Were they from the adventurers?
You saw these kind of separated. They don't look like
already
adventurers. They look like they are a little more put together and upscale.
They did not arrive with my adventurers, so they must have come on their own. They may be here to see you, sister.
Yes, they clearly don't look like locals, that's for sure.
They don't. Actually, at this point, because Giles, you want to say something?
It is not the time to receive them, though. We must be present for the tourney.
Of course.
As you say this, the Aarakocra woman and small pygmy Aarakocra that was next to you kind of, she walks closer to you. Because you are so close, you're nearly at just the next stall away from her. She goes, "Hello? Are you the Queen, Krasimira?"
I am.
And she bows very low, and the pygmy on her neck kind of flaps up for a second while she bows very low, and then she sits up tall, and the pygmy kind of also does a little bow as well on her shoulder, and she goes, "Well, we were sent here to go meet you particularly, so I'm glad we were able to find you so fast."
I'm sorry, who and where are you from?
Oh, I'm so sorry for my rudeness. I and my sibling here, we are from the Moonshay Isles.
I just give a look to Dylus.
Give me 1 second while I pull it up. Put it in here. Where are my pins? Yes. They introduce themselves as the... Where are they? Ah, there they go. You see them introduce themselves as the Tetris family, or they're from the country of Tetris, similarly named the island in the Moonshay Isles.
So I would know this.
You would know the name when they introduce themselves. Mostly Juridic. Many Aarakocra live there.
I am familiar with the lands. I was hoping to make my way over to the Moonshay Toot Suite, following our festivities.
Oh? Is that so? Where do you wish to visit?
I was not entirely sure when I set out. I do not know enough about the particular families, so it would seem almost as if like fate that you would arrive.
Well, we are certainly I would say a worthy constituent maybe you would consider and then continue trade in the future. We are Tetris and people are very handy, and we are very good with invention, and we are always moving forward.
So you
with the
come
lab.
here as representatives?
Yes, I do. It is lovely to meet you.
And
us to you.
Wait, I can give you...
How convenient, brother. This might spare me a month of loss.
That is true. We could begin the conversation if you would like to sit with us at our booth for the tourney, or you could come to the castle afterwards to have an audience.
We certainly would enjoy that. And she looks at the pygmy on her shoulder, and the little pygmy owl nods his head vigorously at the mention of it. My name is Daka. It's nice to meet you, and this is our representative, Eve. Eve is very quiet, but he has quite a lot of sway where we come from in Tetris.
Yes, that is very good to know. Would you say that you are you part of the ruling family? What
Eve
would you
is
say is your influence?
Eve is a representative of the family. He is quite close to our High Queen. I myself am simply Eve's guard. My name is Daka, and I am a part of the Royal Guard.
Of course. How many have you come with?
It is just us.
You come alone?
Yes,
By ship?
yes, we do.
Brave.
Very brave. These seas are not for the faint of heart.
We are not the faint-hearted.
Good to know. Casimira, would you like to invite them to the booth to watch for the tourney, and perhaps we can speak and eat?
I think that's rather convenient, yes.
All right, so you guys are able to do that.
I want to keep while this conversation is happening. I want to try and keep my eye on the dark elf.
Okay.
Oh yes.
If you are eyeing the dark elf after you talk with her, Eve and Daka, there is they kind of move out of your way and start heading off to the tourney. You see that. Let me get it up.
Oh, politics is hard.
It's fun. Okay, here we go. So the dark elf's already approaching you.
Oh, great. Okay.
It seems you have addressed someone, and now he is coming to be addressed as well. He comes up and he stops short of you and he does a head bow, and he's very, very regal looking in this robe that he's wearing and tied up, and he says, "Hello. Are you the High Queen, I presume?"
Last I checked, yes.
He kind of... what does he do? What does he do? He kind of smirks at your tone, and he goes, "Well, it is lovely to meet you. My name is Condil Elisep. I am a part of the Elisep family, those that rule on the island of..." I have so many islands going on. I'm sorry, guys. The moon shades are hard to keep track of. There we go. He's from... oh my god, why can't I find it? Ah! Moray. He's from the island of Moray. I represent the island of Moray and the Elisep family there.
Can you type that out for me so I know how to pronounce it?
Uh-huh.
I will lean over into her ear. This would be more representative, sister.
We wish to strike a conversation about future relations.
What kind of relations?
Well, Moray would like to keep it cordial between us, and we wish to see what you may have to offer for trade, and we as well also have perhaps an interesting items to trade. We would like to speak it over a table and maybe refreshment.
You say that you are from Moray, yes, in the Moonshay?
Yes, that is, yeah.
I am to be believed that it is quite tenuous there currently, especially in your home.
Yes, that is perhaps true. We would like to discuss our terms and more about our situation over the table.
Of course.
Thank you. And he kind of does a little bow.
And does he walk away?
He does. Mm-hmm.
Sister, Moray is a harsh land. From what I heard from the prisoners, there are strange beasts, lycanthropes, and tribal peoples. It is very war-torn. They perhaps may need the use of our supplies or even our people if they are wishing to quell such battles in their lands. They are dangerous.
Yes, well, so are we.
That is true.
I think this is something we all expected to happen at some point.
Well, you do not kill a king silently, or remove him at least. 2 different representatives from the Moonshae, and I am to be leaving for there soon.
Are you, though?
I believe that we discussed as such, yes.
We have representatives joining us in the viewing area, and you want to still go on a 1-month trip?
I want to see it for myself. They can say many things here. Guests can easily become useful tools when they are held far, far away from home, sister.
What do you have in your idea?
I wish simply to see what the Moonshae is for myself. I would be taking some of the adventurers that we hired.
Will you take them back with you then?
Would you like me to, or would you like to stay and keep them here? You can be discussing with them, and I can go on my own.
We'll see what happens tonight.
All right.
So, as you guys are speaking, Dylas, you feel a hand slap you on the back. And you hear a voice go, "Oh, is this the advisor I've been hearing so much about?" And you turn around and you see a giant woman. You see like a big old woman, and she's just like covered in furs and leathers, and she has behind her one other big woman and another big man that are kind of accompanying her. She goes, "Are you who I believe you are? And you, the beautiful miss beside him? My name, I'm so sorry. I should have introduced myself sooner. My name is Roha. I am from Ruthheim.
Roha.
You may recognize my name? Roha, do you know me?" She looks at you both.
Do I know?
That's fine.
Okay.
I am the second tax.
To what?
You know, to the first.
And what's the first?
Oh, our king, of course.
Got you. Is your
I
king
see.
here?
No, of course not. But I am. I think I'm much better company. She kind of puts her hands on her hips.
Well, you have found us, so.
We heard about your festival.
All right.
She just doesn't. She's just plowing right through this conversation. We heard about your festival and we thought we might join you. Just to see. Enjoy the company and to see your announcement.
Yes.
Right.
Have you heard of the tourney?
Oh, yes, I did hear about that. Kill a wyvern, is it? Perhaps
if
we
you make
might
it to the
participate.
final round.
Is that a challenge, friend?
It depends on what team you choose.
Maybe I'll choose the one that's not here, right? You're going off of family. What's that general? He seems like a sturdy man. I can get behind sturdy men.
Phaedrus, the knight captain, yes.
She nods her head and she goes, all right then, perhaps I'll see you there.
All right.
Perhaps you may.
Enjoy the festivities, I guess.
Lovely meeting you. And she kind of does a little wave off, and she kind of saunters on over to the tourney.
Try the ginger ale.
Rather, let us get to the viewing area. This is giving me a
Before
headache.
we are stopped by any more people, yes, come, and I will put a hand around her and I will lead her to our private booth.
Okay, you guys all go up there. Viatrix and Phaedrus, I'll say for the sake of time, you both have arrived as well, and you four are up there. Unless Phaedrus, was there something else you'd like to do?
I would just step away from Viatrix and say, I'm glad we had this discussion, but we will speak more later. And
That's very interesting. I'm glad to know that we are on the same page with this.
Where is Lavender?
Lavender has been, he left you to do your announcements and such and was enjoying the festivities, talking with people. But then he was kind of working with craftsmen. He had been teaching some people, and then he had joined you in the booth if you would like him to.
I would have actually liked to try and catch him while he was teaching one of his classes.
Yeah, sure.
I want to try and see if I can like sneak around him. And I'm just gonna start making silly faces while he's teaching the class.
There's like a 12-year-old boy who's like looks up and kind of like and eventually Lavender notices you and kind of slaps your hand and goes, "What are you doing? I'm trying to work."
Are you enjoying the festivals?
Yes, I am. It's been enjoyable so far. What about you?
It's been well. I turn to the rest of the group and I say, if you all do not mind, I will have to steal a moment away from your ever-talented teacher.
Lavender gets like a darker shade of purple on his shirt. He kind of like waves off and moves away with you.
I was wondering if you would be upset with me if I were to take some time offshore for a moment. Seems my brother's been talking about some sort of plan to leave, and I don't feel comfortable him going alone.
Well, your brother's very important to you. I think that is best. Should I not come?
I will actually ask a favor of you. I feel just as equally torn of us leaving my sister. Perhaps you could keep an eye out. Make sure she stays safe.
I'll do what I can. I'm not nearly as strong as you.
Oh, stop that. I've seen you in battle. You can hold your own quite a bit. I will be back. I promise you.
You better be.
Are you going to be at the tournament?
I was quite actually thinking about asking someone to go with me.
Oh, who is this person?
I don't think you know him.
Really?
He's kind of scaly.
Oh. Well,
Fine.
you let him know quite quickly that I'm a very, very jealous type.
I like that. And he kind of he takes his arm in your arm and he kind of like walks off with you. You guys just chat as you guys go. You guys arrive all at the viewing booth together, I will say. So, as you all arrive, things are getting more heated as things are starting to rile up. People are taking their colors.
Yeah, who took what colors?
So, I can tell you who took what colors. So,
I'm taking my bet, Vic.
You're taking your what?
I'm taking my bet.
Yeah, message me your bet of who's gonna win, and I'll message you mine.
So,
I mean,
I'm
rooting for JJ because he is actually a player, so...
You see that the barbarian man, the big half-orc barbarian, who's very vocal, and then in contrast next to him is the quiet Aasimar woman. They kind of approach together with the cleric behind them. They seem like the three of them are together, and they go ahead and take the blue. So they look like they're on Krasimira's team. You see the bard goes ahead and takes the green for Viatrix. You see there is the three elemental monks. They also take Viatrix's colors. You see that the Kit and Kai, what colors do you take?
Oh, jeez. I mean, Dallas approached us, so...
So you take the gold?
Yes,
Okay,
gold.
the two of you take
Wonderful in gold.
the gold
Thank
and
you.
the...
Color of victory.
Wait,
Yes.
just so I'm making sure, we don't know that the direct people are associated with the colors, right? Because I wouldn't technically have a color.
The whole point of us making a crest when we did this pre-stream was that we each had a color and a symbol in the crest.
But remember,
you're-
I'm not technically related to you all.
Well,
You're part of like the royal like elite like
yeah.
family.
We say we don't mean a blood family. We mean like
The crown.
family.
Okay.
So you see that and remind me again. I have the Asmar, the barbarian, and the cleric take Christy.
Oh shit! They got the cleric.
Uh-huh.
Do I? What about the really nice like fighter that was like a sailor?
Let me give me 1 second. 3 monks are also Chris, or those are Vitrix.
So far, I have a couple gnomes. Yes.
And
no.
the
No.
forward,
Yes. Your gnomes. Okay, I have it right.
you have Dylus. You have the.
There's the halfling with the gun.
Yes, you have Kit and Kai. Then let's see, for Phaedrus, you have the large woman Rora from Ruithheim. She and her two. They're two very obviously barbarians altogether. Then you see, let's see, the halfling with the gun is going to go ahead and take. Let's see. They'll go ahead and go with Ink. They'll go with Silas.
I got the gun.
What about are they? Oh wait, no, never mind.
Just got a bunch of tiny people.
You have the bard. You have the bard and the monks.
I was gonna ask something else, but then I realized I was confusing the.
I'm writing them all down together. There's this calm and very happy elven ranger. He goes ahead and joins Phaedrus' team.
Come on, JJ.
You see
Secretly be a dragon that has like 300 health.
2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So another like a scruffy kind of, or no, that wouldn't be him. The Dorian lookalike, the merchant sailor, goes to Christy.
Damn it, he's hot.
He's attractive.
Dylus says that as he takes.
Samira chuckles like, he has good taste, brother.
They just want to take the queen because you are the queen.
And then
is that really all that is? Sure.
There's a scruffy. There's a scruffy half-orc fighter that joins Dylus' team as well, and that's that. I'll say that those are the 4 teams. Each have 4 people on each.
All right.
All right. So, as they begin, would you guys like to say? Would anyone like to say anything? Just begin the tournament, or you have some musicians playing and.
Phaedrus and Viatrix totally plan this tournament, so this is on them.
Okay.
I'm putting 5 gold between me and Viatrix.
5?
And I'm going to stand up and I say, we are now gathering here for our first inaugural tournament. May everyone ready your positions, fight valiantly for your colors, and know that we here are right behind you in spirit. And he's gonna let out a guttural call to initiate.
Oh, I was gonna. Okay, never mind.
Okay, I sit down instead.
No, it's good.
It's awkward. It's
No,
really
no,
not.
no.
It already happened.
Victoria, what do you want to do?
Also, you guys are able to coordinate. You had
Yeah,
time.
you guys had time
Well,
to
this
coordinate
is the first. This is the first phase where they're all fighting each other. So I'll say something for Wyvern phase.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Is it so there's like 2 matches of like 2 teams and then those 2
two. Those come together and then the final.
All right.
So,
Danica's about to throw. She's about to slang some dice.
all right.
Come on, JJ.
This is.
Don't fuck me.
Let us know if we need to roll too.
That would be. Let's see. I'm arranging you all.
What do I have to roll to destroy JJ?
This is so funny. This is so funny though because like normally you're the adventurers joining this tournament and we're like running it and watching all the adventurers fight. It's really funny.
Dialist, and then there's. So first up is Phaedrus's team, the brass team with the blue team, Krasimira's team. They come out onto the. I will say for this. You guys have set up this like chain link, kind of like in How to Train Your Dragon first movie. They have like that chain over like an arena. Also, you guys were able to makeshift one. It's not like super ready, like that final look or anything, but it looks like it can hold something that flies. And you guys have put it down heavy enough that they can't, like the wyvern wouldn't be able to lift it off. It tried to fly away. So you guys are. You watch as the blue team, consisting of the half-orc barbarian that kind of goes, yeah! He comes out and he's like, bangs his chest and he kind of goes like this and people are cheering for him. He kind of has like these little tusks that come out of his teeth. He's very strong looking, has tattoos on his arms. Next to him, you've seen her with him, and it's very contrasting with one another. The Aasimar woman walks out, and she does not even look up to the crowd, and she just has the longbow on her back, continuing forward, and joins next to him. Next, the cleric comes out, and he kind of like does a wave, and looks a little like taken aback by all the people that are screaming. He waves at you, Phaedrus, if you wave at him, and he comes next to the two of them, kind of like a neutral party between these two very extremes. And then you see the Dorian lookalike. He's obviously a fighter with a sword at his belt. And on the other side of the ring, you see the brass team come out. The brass team consists of the 3 barbarians from Ruithheim and the elven adventurer with their big longbow on their back. So the 4 of them are standing off against one another. So I will go ahead because it's kind of with them. I'm gonna go ahead and have let's see. I'm curious how I would like to run. I'll say I will go ahead and make 3 checks for me, Phaedrus and Krasimira. Just roll 3 d20s and tell me what their results are.
Ooh. Are you ready? First
Yes.
one, 6.
Yes.
15.
Second one, 20.
Okay.
20.
Oh my god. Third one.
Wait. What was yours, Krasimir? The first one?
15.
Okay.
The second
20.
one is 20.
20.
Okay.
The third one is 16.
18.
Okay. Oh, dang. Okay, so...
The
yeah,
blue
okay.
bolts.
All right, so
2
the...
actual 20s, what the fuck?
That is really crazy.
So you watch as the battle engages. You see that for the first couple minutes, or the first minute or so, you see that Phaedrus, your team, the 3 barbarians, kind of try to move forward, like right off the bat. But before they can move, the 3 barbarians, you watch as the longbow on the Aasimar's back is already in her hands, and you watch as she draws an arrow. Actually, make a perception check, Dylus.
2. I'm like talking with Eve and Daka
Okay.
while we're eating, so yeah, I'm not.
So
really
you kind of
paying
distractedly
attention.
are looking over. You see something out the corner of your eye, but you can't quite analyze it as Daka kind of moves in front of you for a second as she moves behind. But for a moment, you swear you see the notch of the arrow dig into her skin, and blood move, and the rest of you can see this. Blood moves up her arrow, and it becomes a part of the arrow as she pulls it back and releases. It sticks into the middle barbarian, and some strange effect of blood, like shooting out behind it towards the other two barbarians happen, and they all take a major hit, and they all as they fall to the ground as this woman kind of lowers her bow for a moment as her teammates rush forward, and they all engage in the fight. The three barbarians pick themselves up, and the elven adventurers shooting arrows off from the back. Their half-orc barbarian charges in against the human barbarians, and they are at odds with one another. Two of the barbarians are against their one. Another one approaches the cleric that you'd seen, and one of them tries to run up and smash into him, but he takes a shield off his back, and a ringing as this noise is rung out as he blocks the attack. They seem like the Phaedrus' team has taken a big hit. The next turn, you see as all three barbarians rage, they have these massive attacks, blow after blow after blow. The cleric is getting beat back by this barbarian. The barbarian that's alone on Christie's team is getting beat back by the two, and the woman comes up and tries to. She actually. It looks like her and the barbarian have exchanged words, and she kind of ducks down, and the barbarian ducks down, and she leaps off his back, and you see her cast out some insidious dark spell you can't quite name, as she kind of has a bow in one hand as she casts a hand out over the others, and something putrid and necrotic seems to be digging at their throats, and they're like and they're trying to breathe. But the barbarians, you see one of them, and you see him reckless attack on Phaedrus' team, recklessly attacking, slams into the woman with the bow, the Aasimar. She gets knocked completely to the ground, and they are, and he is engaging with her alone. Now the barbarians are each dealing with one of the elven rangers shooting from the back. The Dorian lookalike on the next turn, though, on the last turn, slides up to the elven ranger that had been keeping a lot of the adventurers at bay, and he moves close to him, and within close combat, there is no contest between the ranger and the fighter. The fighter just slams into the ranger at the back, and the barbarians and the three others on Christie's team engage, and at the very last bit, just pushing over the lip of it, Christie's team comes out on top as the cleric pulls out his sword, and he kind of holds it to the throat of the man, barbarian lying down. No, I'm assuming there's no killing here. It's just besting.
No.
Yeah, so they just hold their with a arrow drawn with the blood at the tip, and against one of the barbarians, each of them kind of holding one of the barbarians down. There's a roar from the crowd, and Christie's team Krasimira's team is announced the winners of the round.
Can I make like one extra check to see the cool blood stuff?
Sure.
And I see that they win.
Looking at,
Sorry.
As she starts to put it away, I'll say you're able to, and everyone goes, "Whoa!" And everyone, you see there's like a hi queen, hi. There's like a chant for Krasimira.
I stand and I want to grab some of the powder of my team, and I actually want to grab another handful of powder from Krasimira's team, and I'm just going to blow it out into the group, and just let it kind of decorate the area, and then I'm going to take the hand that is covered in blue and just raise it up for the victor.
Nice. You do so. It's a people are cheering, exclaiming. The people all around this ring. It's a very. It seems like this could be. People are like excited by this. It's enamoring. People seem to really like this tradition that maybe you've started. So, Christy, now Viatrix and Dylus teams come out onto the stage. Dylus, your team consists of Kit and Kai, the gnomes you had met, and the halfling with the gun on her back, and the half-orc fighter that kind of was a little more scruffy and less put together kind of comes out. On Viatrix's team, the 3 elemental monks and the bard come out. So,
the golden blades versus the, what did we say, the green fleurs?
Oh,
green
cute!
We
I love
didn't
the
mean,
names.
it was the
Yeah.
brass shields, the blue bolts, the golden blades, and the green, did you say it was fleurs or
Fleurs.
flourish?
I feel like I don't know. Yeah, Fleur.
The green fleurs. So,
Mhm.
we have team
I love
names.
Cute! Okay, so they announced the start. Please, Dylus and Viatrix, roll 3d20s for me.
Well, Kai is technically the one competing.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll talk about what Kai does.
Okay.
Actually,
Kai's about to bust out a big
Do you
old
want to-
dragon tail.
Actually,
wait, JJ,
we'll run
how
this
about-
one. Yeah, we'll run this one a little differently. How
Did
about
JJ roll like 2 or 1, like his choice, and I'll roll the other?
I'll
Or he rolls
do
initiative. Does a bunch of
also
saves.
for the first check, Kai. What would you like to do as the fight starts? You see 3 elemental monks and a bard standing across from you.
Oh, geez.
I'm watching
Alright.
him intensely.
You see on
As
your
the,
side the sharpshooter with the gun. You see the fighter with the blade. You see Kit with her, obviously wizard, and yourself. What would you like to do?
All right. So
How would you
as
like to coordinate?
as the fight's beginning, I'm just gonna like put my hands on my temples and just be like, all right, come to me. And there's gonna be this like wolf creature that just appears in front of me with these like incredibly long legs. Like it's just crazy how long these legs are. And I'm gonna jump up on top of it, and from the back of my robe, I'm gonna pull out this little metal canister, and I flick it out, and it becomes like this collapsible lance kind of thing.
So cute.
I'm gonna charge at one of the monks.
Okay, charge at one of the monks. Okay,
Yes.
go ahead and make an attack roll for me, Kai.
Oh, jeez.
Other people on the team, Dylus, roll a d20 for.
That is that's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
The other
Dirty
people are
20.
not as encouraging. They are a 6.
6. Viatrix, what do you get?
Oh, the first d20. Sorry, I'm trying to write what I'm gonna say. A 15.
Woo! Okay. Actually... Yeah, no, I can't. Unless I run through this whole battle with Kai, which I could do. I want to give you some
Probably
of
take
it,
too long.
but that would take too long. It would be unfair.
Yeah.
So, Kai, you plunge into the lance, just like right into the chest of the central monk. Go ahead and tell me how much damage it does, just in general. I would love to see how that goes.
Sure thing. That is a... Oh, what have we got there? That's a 16.
16 points of damage as
Yes.
you slam it. You all see as everyone goes, "Whoa!" in the crowd as you see this wolf summon. People are exclaiming, screaming, like, "Whoa, what is that?" And people are all excited as the gnome mounts the wolf and charges forward with a lance on his back. People are, "Oh!" and then, "Whoa!" when he crashes into the monk. After that, you hear a crackle of energy from the back as Kit seems to be summoning a spell. But right before she can, you see that one of the monks throws a star at her and hits her in the arm, and it seems to stop her. She goes, "Ah!" and she pulls it out, and she gets ready to move for the next round. You see that it takes the woman with the gun, the sharpshooter, moves away into the back and sets up her gun, and it takes her that action. It is, let's see, the bard. This round, your monks, even though one was taken out, Viatrix, 2 monks just slam into the
Fighter.
wizard and the fighter, and just take out the fighter almost instantly. And it seems like just an easy hit. Go ahead, both of you roll the next one. Also, tell me what you are doing for the next round, Kai. You've basically almost taken out this monk. Not quite taken out, but at least for a round or so, maybe a little more injured.
I got another 15.
13.
Nice.
Oh.
13.
Wait,
okay.
that's exactly the same competition that me and Kraft had.
Siblings do as siblings do, man.
Ah! My little sister's going to beat me!
So this one's a little harder to tell. What are you doing, Kai?
Alright, it's much of the same thing. Are any of the monks approaching Kit at all?
Yes, one of them is approaching Kit.
Okay, I'm gonna, after I lance this sucker, I'm gonna tail back and try to take this one out from the side.
Roll to hit for me.
Can do. And I'm gonna... Oh, geez, that is a... Woo! That's a natural 20.
He's rolling! He should have done all my rolls!
And I'm gonna...
He's carrying
I'm gonna throw
your
down some
entire
smite.
team.
I'm gonna throw
What
down
did
some
you say?
smite. I'm gonna smite this one that's trying to...
You're a paladin!
Describe to me what that looks like when you smite this one.
Oh, that's fun.
Are you?
There's like this silver energy that starts silver kind of purplish energy that starts building up in the palm of my hands, and it shoots out through the lance, and it kind of almost like an electric spiral begins to spiral down the lance, and as I hit the monk, there's just this big explosion of light. Yes, that's what happens. And a roll for damage. Oh shit, that's a 12. Am I
Nice.
doubling dice or am I rolling again?
Double dice, yeah. Double
Okay,
dice.
so that's 24, and I'll roll some smite damage, so that's 3d8.
That's also doubled.
Oh, 68, yep, so 9,
Dang, daddy.
13, oh geez, 21, 25, 28. So 26 and 28 in one, 26 and 20.
The monk
Wow.
is down as you... Without a doubt, this paladin is stealing the show as people are going nuts. Just the amount of power and flair to this is stunning everyone as people are leaning forward in their seats.
I'm gripping Beatrix's shoulder do you see him? He is totally fucking your people up!
Kit is able to cast shield to protect herself. And this one's a little harder to tell who's winning, as the monks are turn their attention towards you, Kai, and they come. Two of them are try to leap up to attack you. I'll say one of them is able to get a punch in, and it just socks you across the jaw. It's pretty painful. It feels like a magical attack. Fuck! And it hurts, but you see the one that just shot you, that just hit you. You hear a as a shot is released from a sharpshooter, and that monk is downed. It's the one that you first hit, downed. You see the monk, the bard, on the other hand, though, Viatrix, you hear the bard yell out to the monk that's still remaining, and goes, let's see. What would he say? It's the eye of the monk, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rivals. He's gonna point to Dylus. And he goes ahead and inspires the standing monk, and then with his action he goes...
I thought he was vicious mockering me.
No. He's going to vicious... That would be pretty bad. He's going to point to let's see, who will he point to? He'll grin and point at you, Kai. And he's gonna go, let's see, what would he say?
Please make fun of my weight.
You asked for it.
You asked.
I'm surprised that puppy can carry you, kid. It seems like you're making its weight your weight's making it sag, and the rest of the kind of crowd kind of like Cordell and you can't help but find this hilarious. You are laughing at this joke he told against you, and it's hilarious. You take some psychic damage from it.
He's just like you, sister. I know why you chose him.
Let's see. So last roll. Go ahead. Both of you roll. Kai, tell me what you're gonna do.
Can I just let Kai do my roll because it's basically just him now? Fuck.
I rolled a 10, not very good.
I'm gonna roll under it. 11. That's not good enough.
Wait, I got that. 10, 11. Yes, okay. So this one's it's gotta be. So as you all are fighting, you see that Kai, also tell me what you're gonna do with this turn.
Oh geez, what's the general layout of the battlefield at the moment? Who's still standing?
Right now, the sharpshooter is still good, and is ready to take another shot, this time at you. That seems like the biggest threat at the moment. Two of the monks are down, one of them's still standing. One of the monks looks like they're getting back up, though. Sharpshooter's with you, I'm sorry.
Sharpshooter is gold, so it's Kai, Kit, and the sharpshooter are still up, right?
Yes. Kai, Kit, and the sharpshooter are up. The bard and two of the monks are up. One of the monks are down. One of the monks looks like it's going to keep harassing you, and one of them's going for the sharpshooter. The bard is keeping at the back and singing.
I haven't even gotten to see what that weird thing that halfling does. I don't know what the gun does.
No, the gun shot off. You saw it.
I did see.
It almost took down one of the monks. The monk's barely getting up.
Okay, I was so busy watching Kai. He's so cool.
What are you doing, Kai?
Right. After taking out, did I take out that monk with the lance on that go? I assume I did.
Yeah, you did. That's the monk that's down.
All right.
Absolutely.
The monk that I see kind of like eyeing me off, targeting me, ride towards that on the wolf, and as I'm riding towards it, I'm just gonna like try to stand up like I'm almost surfing on the back of this wolf, and kind of have the lance ready, and as I get within 15 feet of it, I'm just gonna take a leap off the wolf and try to drive the lance just into the chest of this monk.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the hit for me.
Can do. That's a 17.
Ooh! Okay, yeah, you do so. The crowd seems enamored by the arc that Kai makes in the air as he comes down on the monk, stabbing into him with the lance and pinning him into the ground. The other monk, you watch as it quickly, with ease, takes out in a flurry of blows. Takes out all the blows are. This is the very, very dark-skinned monk, and she just whams with these as you watch as fire just envelopes around her arms, and you watch as her fists blacken with ash as into the sharpshooter, and the sharpshooter's out. The monk turns to Kit, and the bard is going to. Kit seems like she's readying a pretty powerful spell, and the bard goes ahead and casts, Kit goes ahead and casts, looks like a crackle of lightning as it ricochets down, and is about to hit the bard when the bard goes like this, and you watch as what looks like, it's almost like the spell just stopped. It's like the spell canceled itself. And as he kind of goes like this with it, I don't know if you all are big magic users. It seemed like some kind of counter spell. And with that, with his action, the bard goes ahead and what will he do?
It's like Scanlan says in every episode, he's super powerful and he could definitely kill Percy and everybody else.
Let's see. I'm trying to look at his sheet.
What level
what's
is counter spell?
think it's second or third level.
Is he a 5th level bard?
You
Are
rolled a
these
20.
Okay.
You rolled a 20. You got some good people. And
Well,
he's
because
going
if
to
there's a 5th level cleric, they have speak with dead.
You rolled pretty high. You watch as he casts. Oh my god, where is it? Oh my god. He's going to cast. What would that be? Sorry, guys. I'm looking at.
No, you're good. You're literally managing an entire, 8-person combat right now, twice in a row.
When you told me about the adventures, I was like, that's gonna be fun. Wait a minute. That's a lot of people. That's okay. We're gonna do it. We can do it. Let's see. Okay, you watch as he casts. Oh my god. Ugh, why can't I find it? I had stuff written down and prepared for some of them, but I can't find his stuff.
Can you describe it?
I mean, you could just kill JJ. That's what JJ is instantly blows up.
The monk in the back runs up to you, JJ, and uses a stunning strike on you. And your body freezes up. But and then in tandem with that, the bard next to him.
I feel like my people did better when I rolled worse than Victoria than when I rolled better. Her people are good.
You got Kai with you too. It's helping out.
He's
Where
so
is-
badass. I have use for you.
Handshake.
Not that kind.
So you go ahead and watch as. One second. So you guys go ahead and watch as the bard raises his hand, and you watch his eyes go completely yellowed. No more people. The slitted pupil's gone, and instead it's all yellow. And you hear in abyssal this dark wording, and it's twisted but beautiful sounding, and it's almost like a song in abyssal. And with it, you watch as Kit's body slumps, and she instantly turns around and starts to run away from him. And with that, it seems like he's cast fear, and it seems like everyone on Dylas' team is down. And with that, they announce...
Wait, Kai is down?
Kai was struck by the monk with a stunning strike.
He didn't go down, they basically just incapacitated him.
Subdued him. Oh my god, I did not think I was gonna win.
You beat me on 2 of the 3 rolls!
You beat him on 2 of the 3, and if it had been even enough that it was equal, I would have said it was something like a tie, but
no, you kicked
you
my
rolled
ass.
a 15 in the beginning and the 6, so Kai's first, or no, the monk's first hits were 2 and 10s.
And we're not doing a loser bracket, so I'm out.
Yeah,
I
so
slide you
we're
two
doing it so that
balls.
there's
I will take a handful of gold dust and a handful of green dust, blow them both out onto the field, and still watching Kai, I will hold up the green hand.
I'm frozen, and there's you know what? One of those gnome gingerbreads falls out of my bread.
The crowd is going crazy.
And I just
The crowd's going crazy. Half the crowd is like, rematch! And some of them are like, I think they've heard your name by now, Kai, and they're like, Kai. And it's, people are talking, yeah.
all of your rolls, I should have just had him do all my rolls.
So next, Viatrix Krasimira. It's your turn.
Sisters.
Oh boy.
So you all watch as Barbarian, Asimar, and Cleric, along with the fighter, come out.
3
and then
nat 20s, that was my bad.
I didn't roll.
Oh. On the other side, you see the 3 monks and the bard come out. They look like they've been healed up a little bit. go ahead and roll your 3 rolls for me.
The first one was a 6, but
Okay.
the other 2 were
Ooh.
natural 20s.
Oh my!
Oh
Yeah,
my
she'll have-
gosh.
I rolled a 13, a 17, and an 11.
Ooh. So
Did you put
So you
money in
guys-
that bowl? Did you put money in that bowl?
No, Krasimiros doesn't play with your petty games, no.
Vic, did you put money in the bowl?
I mean, we
I'm-
both agreed
I'm-
that her team was gonna win.
Krasmira is the one that has the ASMR, right? The ASMR archer.
yes,
I'm watching hard.
that's smart. Okay. So you guys watch this one at first. The bard opens with a let's see puts a let me make sure this works with the rolls. Oh my goodness. I want to get everything up, but I have so many tabs. So as you guys watch, they come into the arena, and people are raring to go for another fight. The bard opens the fight with a this should be fine. Trying to get it open. Oh my gosh, why isn't this a spell has been deleted from a page on D&D Beyond? Why? So the bard raises his this time he has his violin out, and he strings a very high-pitched, very stressful sounding tone as he goes, and he runs it up, and you watch as a crown of blackened energy forms around the barbarian's head. You recognize this as Crown of Madness. Adorns the head of the barbarian, and you watch as the barbarian, before anyone can move, strikes at the Aasimar at his side. And instantly she's like, and she's like pushed back. He tries to take a swipe at the cleric, and he raises his shield against him. So at first, Viatrix, it seems very winningly in your favor. As your team is able to engage, and the monks come up and start making blows at the fighter and the cleric, and so they start going at it. But the next turn, you watch as the barbarian, and you watch as the crown dissipates around his head, and he charges forward and makes a series of attacks against the monk with a greatsword, and or a great axe, and it's violent and throws them around, raging. And then you watch as winningly, it seems over. This one's a little hard, not quite so overwhelming, but they push back. Krasimira's team seems to be pushing them back, as you watch the cleric raise his hand, and you watch this beautiful white light fill the Aasimar as she and she brings out an arrow and she shoots it. This one looks like it's got this green energy as again she digs into her arm, and blood comes out and surrounds the arrow as it shoots into the bard at the back. And he seems pretty injured by this massive explosive bit of damage. And then on the next turn, this time it's overwhelming, with the bard down and one of the monks being assaulted by the enraged barbarian, the Aasimar and the cleric taking out a sword and slashing at the remaining monk, the monk not being able to hit him with his very intense heavy armor on, and the Aasimar is able to take out with a series of arrows before the monk can get too close. Overwhelmingly, Krasimira, your team seems to have won in the end, and you watch as they're down, and the Aasimar holds an arrow to the bard's head, and the bard goes you win, that's fine. And he kind of looks up at you, Viatrix, and he gives you a little sad smile and a little kiss, blows a kiss to you, a sad one, as he bows and his apology. But Krasimir, you watch as your fighters stand. The cleric, the barbarian, the fighter, and the you might have heard of a story or two. Dylus as a blood hunter stand above the rest.
I'll give him a little wink, and then I'll reach in and take the blue, one hand of the blue and one hand of the green powder, blow it out, and then like raise my blue hand. Yeah.
Or the blue hand, I mean, yeah. And people just roar. People seem to have winningly loved this fight. And people are very excited talking about the wyvern that's going to come next. So I'll say, for expediency's sake, they're able to be ushered inside, healed, and people are kind of moving around. A couple more people join the crowd as they really just wanted to see the wyvern fight, many of them, and so people are looking over. Some people are kind of hanging on the chains that are hanging around. Kai, are you just going to go take a seat, or are you going to any else of you like to do anything before the wyvern fight?
Can we take a quick break here?
Yeah.
Good
Our great wyvern fight.
We might have to stop around. We might have to stop in like 20 minutes.
Oh.
At least I think that's what JJ said, right?
I can keep going for like a little bit. So
A little bit.
Okay, we'll take about a 5-minute break.
Yeah, we'll
Okay,
make it quick.
take a 5-minute break. Thank you so much, guys. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yee.
To the wyvern fight.
Make sure you mute Lapisha.
It should be
We're
muted.
back!
It's okay. I gotta fix the overlay, but you guys continue doing what you need to do.
Okay. So, you all had been talking about your money and such. You had been talking about how much you each had from your collective hoards. We had been talking about what you would like to do with that money, and just as a little intermission between the fights, Phaedrus was asking about how much it would cost to make a church. A modest church, you said?
Yeah, I mean, just starting off, I don't want to get too like crazy, but the idea is that I want to start something that people can actually start having a sense of faith in. There's been a lot of craziness, and particularly, I want to set some sort of positive vibe with the townspeople.
Bless you. Bless you.
That there's something out there that's bigger than us that's not a dragon.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, if you're looking, we can talk about it more too. You can probably talk to the cleric about it as well and see how
that
much.
was my next goal.
Yeah, so I'll say for now, tentatively, to build it's nice, but it's modest. Probably around 5,000 gold.
I'll drop that myself.
Okay. It's modest, it's not too much.
Could I lean to Casimira's ear, basically, while we've been eating, while they're getting ready to do the wyvern fight?
Mm-hmm.
Casimira, I believe we have been speaking with Ethan Daka. I think they are very amicable. You are good with amicable people. Perhaps they stay here and you can discuss with them, and I will separate and I will take the drow from Moray with me back to Moonshay, so that we can speak with them separately. I do not necessarily like the thought of him staying here with you, but these two seem fine.
Why don't we see what they have to say first before we make any concrete plans about your trip?
I know, it's just they are going to be preparing the ship through the night, and I want to leave relatively soon, so we should speak of it soon.
We will.
All right. So, you guys, after this little intermission, you're able to kind of come together once again after this little intermission before the fight. And you guys had asked to have prepared a wyvern, had bought one on the market, had it transported here and painted bronze, just like your brood mother. So, at the start of this fight...
Oh, I have a little speech.
A speechy speech?
Yeah, but a little blurb before we start the wyvern fight.
Please, go for it.
Okay, yeah, so Viatrix, like, I'll kind of stand up and wait for, like, the crowd to go quiet. And I'll say, and now it is time for the real fun. If I as fierce as this royal family, each competitor shall compete to best a wild wyvern. Whosoever can dominate this beast, be it by metal, magic, or mind, shall be titled as the dragon, a great new honor for you, the people of Exotia. Fight well, and may you find the ferocity of dragons within you.
Ooh!
I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so I will say, you're telling them that you'd like them to fight separately?
Yes.
I mean, they can do however because they don't have to kill it. Like, if someone wanted to, like, best it in another way, they can. The main thing is too, like, they have to...
One person.
Yeah, there's only one person can be the victor, but however they decide to do it is up to them. Like, they don't have to kill it. It's just best the wyvern.
Okay.
So they may start working together, and then as it gets weak, they might start competing with each other.
Yeah. Do you want to have them engage all at once or one at a time?
I'd say it's all four people from the blue team, right?
They get to choose.
Just free for all. They just go in.
Free for all. They go for it.
The one thing that I would want to just like add as like an added challenge, I will try and see if we can set up small little traps that during the fight they also have like layer challenges, and I particularly am looking for moments when someone is trapped. Does the fighter go for the dragon, or do they go for their fallen friend?
The fighter.
Well, not the fighter, but like the competitors.
It's like
Any of them. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So you're looking for that. I will go ahead and say that I will roll for that. All right.
So this is there's a fighter, a barbarian, a cleric, and the blood hunter.
Yes. They are coming
They have
together.
a good. They deserve to win. They were the only one with like an actual like party.
Party battle. There wasn't enough coordination time to really be like, oh well, we're gonna go together. It was just like, I like this person, I'll do them. Oh my. I love that. Okay.
Excuse me.
Give me a second while I arrange these. I did dice that symbolized them.
Aw.
Yeah, that's gonna be handy. Okay, so is there an echo? Is anyone else getting an echo?
I'm hearing it.
Yeah, I heard on and off.
I'm hearing myself, but
It may be the music. If you want to turn that off.
Like if you're playing the music out of your speakers,
I'm not hearing music. I'm hearing myself. Are you guys hearing music?
I mean,
I'm
I hear the
hearing
music
the
from the
music.
Roll20.
Yeah, I
I'm
hear
hearing the
myself,
music, but I don't have Roll20 on.
I would say like let's just all mute and let Danica.
You guys don't have to. You guys don't. I was just curious. So as this fight begins, the wyvern is brought into the chamber. You see this wyvern. It is not clipped. It's just been tethered. And the wyvern is pulled into the ring. Actually, no. This doesn't fit. What do I want? I don't want anything crazy. I just want something good for some fighting. That playing? Can anybody hear that? There we go. All right. So, as the wyvern is brought in, its huge body. It's a large creature, and its wings are pulled in by chains as people of the City Watch are pulling it into the ring and kind of set it up. And the 4 fighters are kind of set up on different corners of this circular ring, kind of preparing themselves. You watch as the wyvern, its chains are released, and they all the 4 City Watch that were pulling it in run back and go into the very slight opened gate to the like semi coliseum, and they rush out, and the gate closes behind them as the wyvern kind of moves itself out from under the chains, and it just like unleashes this like horrible scream, and it raises its wings, and immediately it tries to start to fly. However, the barbarian and he rages, half-orc barbarian with all the tattoos on him, no shirt, just all out there. He runs at the wyvern before anyone can move, and before the wyvern can run up, he jumps up and grabs its legs with both hands and pulls it down. Massive strength. It is a sight to behold as everyone watches as all the sand in the arena kind of pulls up as the wyverns pulled down. It is a incredible thing, and you watch as the blood hunter runs around while it's down. She pulls an arrow out and she aims at the wyvern, and her again, the blood surrounds this arrow. This time it seems like she digs a deeper line in her arm with the kind of the feathered area, but it looks like they're blades, they're not feathers. As she digs it into her arm, more blood is pulled, and she and the blood surrounds this arrow, and it hits the wyvern in the neck, and right around its throat area. It's a pretty solid shot, and the wyvern screeches out, and it lashes out at the barbarian. Barbarian is knocked back, and it turns attention towards the blood hunter. The blood hunter starts to run around. The cleric goes ahead, and you watch as you watch as the cleric takes out a shield and a sword, and before everyone moves, actually, you saw the cleric raise a hand. Even though this is a competition between them all, you see he raises a hand, and you see this beautiful golden halo surround everyone's bodies around him, including himself. And then they rush off. With his turn, he is going to... Give me a moment. I'll look into this. While he's preparing his attack, you watch as the Dorian-like fighter, who looks like he was more of a shipgoer as well, more of like maybe perhaps a captain or a first mate. He kind of runs up to the wyvern while it's approaching the dragon or the blood hunter, and he just slashes at the back of the wyvern, just like emaciating a tail. However, the wyvern takes its tail. It has a stinger on it, and it lashes out its stinger, stabs the fighter in his back, and the fighter screams out. You see an obvious blood pooling around the fighter now, as poison seems to be eating at him. Let's see. Okay. The cleric is going to run up with this sword. The sword is beautiful. As he takes just as beautiful as the armor, and as he runs up, he slices down into the wing of the wyvern and tears the wing. It seems like his mission was to get at this wing, and the wyvern screeches out as the wing starts to go limp. As they start engaging the fight more, you see Phaedrus. Let's see who does it. Oh, okay. You see that it looks like the blood hunter stumbles into, as she's running around the perimeter, stumbles into a trap. Her leg is caught up by, it looks like a pitfall trap. That has these wires have closed in around her leg, like these metal wires. It's not letting her foot out. It's like one of those Chinese finger traps. It's like not letting her out. And you watch as the cleric runs over to her, and you watch as the cleric. It looks like he's trying to dig into the ground, and you watch. He's going to go ahead and cast a spiritual weapon. You watch as just like his sword, a spiritual weapon is cast over the wyvern and goes ahead and makes an attack as he pulls open the trap. And as they're engaging, the blood hunter is able to free her foot. The barbarian makes another series of reckless strikes. The fighter looks like they're down for the count. They're poisoned. It's putrefying. It's digging into their skin and their metabolism. It looks like he's badly poisoned by the stinger. The wyvern makes 2 slashes at the barbarian. They both hit, and the barbarian's bleeding from his chest, but it only seems to feed the rage as he just keeps hitting with his great axe at this wyvern, until at one point the Aasimar, the cleric, and the barbarian are back together. The Aasimar is looking pretty good until the wyvern makes a tail attack against her. This time, it does hit her, and she's also not looking great as the poison seeping into her body. She is kind of nursing the wound, and she's moving back, trying to aim another arrow. The cleric and the barbarian, though, are seeming to still engage with this wyvern. The wyvern tries to fly up, but it can't. And instead, the cleric is going to cast You watch as he casts. Where is it? Where is it? He casts Sacred Flame out at the wyvern, right under its stomach, at this like sensitive skin, and the barbarian is able to go ahead and take its tail where the stinger is at, take his great axe and cut off the stinger of the wyvern. And it's pretty gruesome to watch, but the wyvern, it's like, ah! And it slashes its tail around. In retribution, the wyvern grabs both of its claws and pounds into the barbarian to try and mash him into the earth. And it looks like the barbarian is like, and it's like down for the count. It's just the cleric and the wyvern now. It's winged out and the tail stinger cut off. And the cleric takes his sword and shield in hand, and he goes ahead and casts. You see him cast. You watch as a. I don't know if this will work. When you're not sure about every single spell in every single class, because I have not played a cleric.
I'm clutching on to Viatrix like really tightly, and I look over at her, and you visibly start to see a tear come down one of the eyes.
Can I leave the booth and get like closer to the fighting pit?
Yeah, you can absolutely. You, like walk up with people.
I'm going down there among the people.
Yeah, people are pushing in, leaning, screaming. Everyone is like just absolutely enamored in this, and it looks like while the cleric's there standing, he looks like afraid, alone, but he and you watch as okay, so you watch as he takes a breath and he closes his eyes, and you watch as the little symbol of the sun and the moon glow on his chest, and you see these almost like a how would I describe them? It seems like a little almost like pixies or little angels or cherubs are summoned and surround him as they fly around his surroundings. One of them is very light, like the sun, and one of them is more dim and blue, like the moon, and they surround him, and and he charges forward with his sword, and the spirit guardians around so the wyvern, as it takes a look at this, there is this radiant light that explodes as these guardians seem to charge with him towards this wyvern as he pushes down, and you guys watch as this bright light echoes out as he brings his sword and his shield down, and when the light clears and all of you like look back, the spirit guardians are gone, and the cleric is standing on his foot on the neck of the wyvern and his sword down at its throat, and he's and the wyvern's just barely, you can hear it soft like, and so it's just like it's bleeding from its tail, its wing, its sides, and it looks like the cleric has subdued it, and he and he lifts up his sword, and people are like, "Whoa!" and cheering for him. The sun glinting on his chest. He rolled a natural 20 for his roll, so he did pretty good. So yeah, as that happens, you all are able to, as people, I think at this point, people rush in to the ring, and people are like lifting him up, and are like cheering as the wyvern is kind of restrained and taken away by the rest of the folks that the city guard that had been arranging its capture.
Important question. Did I notice the cleric go for lethal damage or non-lethal damage on that?
He pinned it. He didn't kill it.
He didn't kill
He
it.
pinned it. So
and he helped when the blood
helped everyone, helped the blood hunter out of the trap, and
Right.
just showed
all
the
marks.
he rolled a 20. He's a good boy.
that's that boy.
Yeah, I'm keeping a dead trained eye on him.
I want to gesture him forward to me.
The crowd is like
Yeah, we'll have to try to get the crowd to like make him ascend to our little booth.
He's like super like red in the face. He's like super embarrassed. But he's like sort of laughing, and he like kind of gets pushed and dumped like in front of you all.
About how tall is he?
He's not that tall. He's like 5'6", 5'7".
I forget.
Okay.
He's a human.
Human. Mm-hmm.
So I'll
What's
say-
your name, my friend?
My name is Dorn.
Dorn.
I put my hand in the blue dust and kind of like wipe it across.
Yeah.
And then with the other 3 colors, I kind of put one finger in each and do across his eye line.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got one large blue one and 3 of the other colors going across.
That's exactly what I was gonna do. Like to a T, what I was gonna
Mind meld beach.
do.
He kind of like breathes like so like he's just looking at you like, and he's like, thank you.
Done well to show your compassion. I appreciate it. You show strength in your restraint.
Thank you.
You show the spirit of a dragon.
Oh, thank you. It is an honor.
This symbol, and he points to the moon. Who do you hail?
That is Saloon.
I will stand up to the crowd and I say, on this day, Loon hath given. What's his name again?
Saloon.
Saloon. What's his name?
Saloon is the god. Yes.
Dorn.
Hath given Dorn the imbuement of victory, and for that, we are blessed with his presence. And I'm going to take my symbol and I'm going to try and recreate some piece of it onto my forehead, and then
Aw.
stick my hand up to the crowd.
You were able to. People cheer and are like a roarous agreement, and people just seem to be completely like enamored by this whole tournament.
Yeah, I'll
And
kind of just be like, behold, the first dragon of Exotia, Dawn! Kind of like hold up his hand. Like,
oh, he's like, he seems super like shy and almost afraid, but you'd seen the barbarian and the blood hunter seem to like accompany him through the whole day, and he seems to like get a little bigger when the barbarian comes up and pats him on the back.
And he is invited to the palace, of course, for a feast.
Yes.
We'll have a dinner.
Thank you. He looks at his friends, and they kind of nod and give a nod.
They may come as well.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, and they also are like, cool. Like they've all seemed pretty excited about it. Even the Asimar, who doesn't seem to crack much of an emotion, she's like, interesting. So you all are able to talk with them and get the general celebration from them.
Did I notice anybody actually cheer particularly at the mention of Saloon in the crowd?
Yeah, actually, Saloon is kind of a popular god in around Corinth. That was one of, or Exotia. You guys had asked me what gods that they were more interested in. Saloon's the god of one of the things that a lot of people like is navigation. So when all these people send out their husbands and wives and partners to sea, they want to pray to someone that the good seas will send them back to them, and we pray that the goddess of navigation will bring them to them home. So yeah, Saloon's pretty people freaking like, yeah, like I love Saloon. Like, yeah, it's pretty exciting. And seeing like a champion of her is like, whoa, like there definitely seems like you could capitalize on this moment as a moment of revival.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So yeah.
We hold a feast as the festivities go into the night. We will have a feast in the palace. I will invite the adventurers, and specifically, we will make a place of honor for our dragon, dragon Dorn. He can sit. And we will have the adventurers,
the ambassadors,
and we will have the ambassadors, and a special seat for Dorn, and they will all come to the palace tonight for a feast.
For a feast. Okay, that sounds great. All right, so let me make sure that everything. Yeah, it seems like you guys got through all the stuff you wanted to do that you told me you wanted to do at the festival. So yeah, I'll say you all are able to bring them over. So let me bring up some different music for the mood. Let's Riverfire? What's Riverfire like?
Riverfire's a good one.
That's like nighttime.
Yeah, it's more nighttimey, kind of mellowy.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. Is it too creepy?
No,
I think
I mean, do you know who we are?
It's haunting, like me.
I mean, like I imagine like our feasting hall, and it might be like even
got like some cool
might be,
drummers.
might be like a little bit plain air, almost like a mead hall, and we've got big.
Yeah, like we'll have like long tables for everybody, like maybe like where the adventurers, because there's like 30 of them, right, or something crazy like that.
Yeah,
like long tables for them and anybody else, and then we'll have like a separate table for like the ambassadors to sit at, and then like probably all of us up at like the top, kind of where the thrones would be, and a special seat like with us for Dorn.
Okay,
is what I kind of like imagined.
The only thing that I would say is that I'm noticing that Krasimira would probably want to sit as eye level many people as possible. So maybe ours, if we do have like a typical like throne seating that's slightly up, we would probably find seats among them. We want.
I just mean like a separate table that's like at the head of the room, not necessarily elevated, like not
like
up
a
as
wedding
an
reception.
like,
Yeah,
literally
we're not in the palace hall where our thrones are. We're in the feast hall.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you have like a section at the front where you all it's like a wedding reception where all the people
knows what's up. She would specify. Yeah, I want like a wedding hall, like a dining hall.
This is where you had your wedding. You did get married.
Yeah,
that's true.
I'm technically a widow.
You are in mourning, of course.
I'm a widow.
I'm a widow. It's fine.
Well, she's got the black dress, but then it's like open in the back because it's like I'm grieving.
But available.
Look how
but very available.
sad I am.
Anyway.
Okay. So you guys are able to do so. You set up all these tables in this way, and the feast comes out and it's delicious, and the music's kind of going more soft like this, and kind of more like the windows are open, and it's very it's a very lovely night, and everyone seems to be still on this high of this festival going very successfully, and everyone seems to be enjoying their evening. The diplomats are sitting at the table. You see the Dark Elf, the two Eladrin, you see the two Aarakocra, and the woman from Ruth in the big furred garbs. And they're kind of, some of them are looking your way, and what would you guys like to do? You also see the adventurers all sitting down. Dorn takes his seat and eats his food, but at one point he kind of leans over to, who would he be next to?
I would try and sit next to him.
Okay. At one point in the night, Phaedrus, I think he goes, Commander Phaedrus, do you mind if I sit, I wanted to sit with you all for a while, but as it kind of winds more down into the half part of the evening where people start to walk around, he's like, do you mind if I go sit with my party?
Absolutely. We wouldn't to keep you from your own.
Okay. He kind of like relaxes a little bit. It seems like the attention makes him a little nervous, but he scurries over to his party, and they start talking. The blood hunter and the barbarian, they start chatting. They all start chatting. The adventurers. They're a rowdier table. They're more experienced and
they're the fun
foggy.
table.
they're the fun table. The diplomats are a little stiff, and like countries are together and sometimes don't agree with one another. So
I imagine I would probably, because I never actually like really met any of these diplomats, I would probably ask, like, I would be like, so, sister and my brothers, what do we think of these? Sister and my brothers, what do we think of these? Are they diplomats? I heard very little about these individuals. Who do we trust?
Nobody, though.
We do not trust anyone. However, I was telling Krasmira earlier today, we spoke with Eve and Daka. They are from Moonshay, one of the islands. They represent a royal family of Arakokra. They seem in good spirits. They spoke of wanting trade. There is also the Dark Elf from the Isle of Moray. I forget his name.
his name was Kolindar.
Kolindar. Now, from what I had heard from those prisoners, Moray is a little bit more of a tumultuous place right now. War-torn tribes and lycanthropes. I told Krasmira that perhaps we should not keep them all here in the same place if we are to discuss diplomatic relations, and that even Daka could stay here, and on my trip to Moonshay, I will travel with the Dark Elf. Because I forgot it again because it's longer, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But
What does he look like, by the way? Do you have a picture?
Yes, I do.
He's
Dude,
probably-
Drow are hot. He's probably really hot.
probably
That's
hot.
what Krasimira's wondering.
Probably.
Oh,
No,
Oh,
dude,
hot.
he is dangerous. Also, Phaedrus.
Yes.
That cleric, our dragon, Dorn, he seems quite powerful. Do you believe he would be able to speak with Mother?
I wouldn't see why not. Is that something we wish to ask of a newly found champion?
Possibly in time. See, what I was hoping is that he would stay for some time. But if I am to go to Moonshay, I was very interested in taking one of his companions, and they do not seem, as per their wont, to be separated.
I had
was
some
that?
business with him. I had some business with him myself. If you wish to stall for time, I figured I'd ask you all what you might think of drumming up a bit of faith around this spot.
You think that he would stay if he were to run your church?
I think he might do some good. Many people follow his beliefs.
All right.
If you think these small folk worshipping their gods will drum up some excitement or devotion to our family, then I cannot. At the end of the day, the true gods here, well, that would be us, but that worship will come in time.
In time, yes. We need to
I
have
shall-
the people unified.
That is
shall
so
tell you.
smart, sister.
I shall tell you this. A town that believes in something is willing to do anything.
Screenshot noise.
You screenshot it.
A memory of this moment.
Let us take a selfie.
please ignore
Let us take a
Me.
draconic selfie.
while I try to put things in there. Let's see. I have almost all.
So it sounds like our main interest here for diplomacy is with the Arakokra, and we certainly want to keep the drow at arm's length. What of the large woman in furs?
They are close.
And aggressive, from what I've seen in our recent past.
They sank one of our ships.
Yes, well,
Well, you know,
from
they
what
say,
I...
you keep friends close, but you keep enemies closer.
You had seen with the ones that had sunk in that that they had stolen from one ship at the beginning, like not even a month into your rule, before even word of Sale had gotten out that what had happened to him.
Yeah, the sunken ship was from the other country.
The two ships were sunk from Corinth, and one stolen from. All of them stolen from, but 2 were sunk in it. So yeah, they definitely.
But
were.
they may
They're
have
not
had.
friendly.
They were not friendly to Sale. They may be trying to play nice with us.
Or perhaps they're trying to gauge our strength. It seems that woman in particular is interested in... I mean, look at her. She's massive. I think a show of strength would be the best way for us to gain her friendship, or at least a truce of sorts. Oh, that owl is so cute.
Yeah,
Just having a cuteness panic attack.
he sits on her shoulder.
Oh shit! He's.
Oh, is that the drow?
Yeah.
He's a vampire. He's scary. I like it.
I like it. Nervously, she said.
Turns to Viatrix. He matches you.
I believe that I think that the drow should not stay within our walls. I will go with him and speak diplomatically with him
I
as we
got
try.
lips first. What the fuck?
You actually did not. I actually said that first.
Well, we still have one night for whatever sort of revelry you wish to engage in. I know I certainly have plans myself, but
Per usual.
I have to.
you're welcome to join.
I have to.
Don't tempt me,
I-
sister.
Before
Guys,
Disgusting.
for some reason, one of the images deems it to be illicit, even though
Yeah,
there's
it
nothing
does that
illicit
sometimes.
about it.
it does, sometimes if you do another screenshot and crop it, it will not.
So
notice.
annoying.
But I need to go back down to the docks tonight because the Goldfang needs to be ready to fly in the morning. Or sail, I mean. I named my ship the Goldfang.
Of course you did.
Well,
Because you're subtle.
Subtlety
What a
has never been part of this
It is-
family. What
it
are you
is-
talking
it is
about,
the-
Beatrice?
It is literally a ship that is under my command, and I am represented in all of our stuff as gold. So it is the Goldfang. It is my ship.
what of the strange elves?
They had wanted to speak with us, but we did not have the time.
You can see the 2 of them in there.
Oh my god! All of these people look
Yo,
way
they're
more
so
powerful than
cool.
us. All these
She's-
people are so much
she's-
cooler than us.
She looks extremely powerful, the woman in the red with the helm.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah.
She looks. So when you ask them, or same with the Aarakocra, you look at them and they're Aarakocra. They're definitely different looking, but you asked them if they came alone, and they said yes. They definitely seem confident about it, but when you look at the 2 Eladrin, she looks very powerful with the man with her, the one with the green beard and the green hair, leaves, very old looking. Seems pretty powerful as well. And you see the woman in furs as well down there.
It would seem that different individuals are mingling amongst the crowd at this point. Should we speak with the strange elves? Just so we know what all of our options are.
Yes.
So I'm imagining we're splitting apart and making do. I definitely will talk with the cleric, our champion.
I will
Well, we
speak
don't-
to the one from Moray. We need not all go speak as a group. We can disperse
That
as we
definitely
did
does
so
seem
long ago.
suspicious.
We can disperse as we did so long ago and come back and tell each other what we know.
Shall I speak to the elves or to the large woman?
I believe that you
I
should.
do not want to talk to that large woman.
I believe you should speak to the elves.
Really, I think that you would be the best suited to speak with the large woman.
Oh, but
Sis- Right.
Match with
I believe that
brawny
you.
brains with brawny brains.
I believe that you should speak with the elves, and perhaps, and I tap the side of my head, speak with the elves.
I can speak with the elves, but the elves will know if
They are-
I do
And
that.
perhaps the sisters can go together, and while the queen speaks, you may do what you do.
I would
Well, you see,
advise against that with the elves.
that particular spell, it no matter what the person
Is
who is
aware.
on, they will become aware that I have delved.
All right, then just play nice. Do not speak with the large woman if you do not want to.
If anything, I would want to see what is going on in the mind of the little one who summoned the wolf or the drow. Those two interest me.
I will speak with the drow. He does interest me, and I find him dangerous. I do not want you to go near him. Because
I
when
also-
you go near dangerous people, you tend to show your fangs a little bit. This is true.
What if I
I'm
promise
going-
to play nice?
I am going to take up a goblet of wine, and I
Oh.
am just going to walk towards him. Make my way towards him, Thank the champion. Tell the adventurers that I will be speaking with them later today, so do not drink too heavily, and then kind of loop my way back around to the dark elf.
I'm getting
Cool.
up and I'm walking away. I whisper to Vitri, "Don't you dare eat the little one." And I'm going over to the
I'm
champion.
not there to tell you not to do that.
I'll go to the champions.
Okay, the winning team.
Yeah, I'm putting the arm around Doran and giving.
Giving him alcohol.
Yep.
Is that what you said? Okay.
Yep.
Just.
Well, sister, if you prefer, I could go and speak with the large woman, but between the two of us, we both know who is more physically capable, and it's certainly not me.
It's not the physical capability, it's more about my patience wearing thin.
Oh boy. That will be interesting.
Fine. I still have plans for that drow leader. Brother can't stop me from doing anything.
I support all of your endeavors, sister, whatever they may be.
I knew you would.
Okay. So, who would like to go first?
Not me.
I think Dylus is probably first.
I'll go.
Okay. You approach Colander.
Colander.
Calendar.
And
Like a colander.
yeah.
Okay.
He's sitting there and very, very put together, regal man. He kind of gives off this aura of competence and calm. He has retainers with him as well, the guard that came with him. Also, drow are behind him off.
2.
4.
All right. I will approach him. Is he seated?
Yes.
Is there a spare? Is there a seat across from him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I will take the seat. Colander, I do not believe that I caught your title before. Shall it be Lord Colander?
Have that quite right in your terms, yes, Lord.
Yes. Lord Dylus, and goodbye, Phaedrus. I hardly knew ye.
Of course.
Always.
Shall I wait? Should I wait for him to come back? Should I just keep going? What should I?
I'm sure he'll
Just keep going, because he's not there.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, Lord Dylus, I am hand to the Queen and her royal advisor. I wished to speak with you more about what you have come so far for, and I figured now that the festivities are done and everyone has wine and food in their bellies, that it would be a good time to continue that conversation.
So, well, suspected a more formal atmosphere, discussions. Yeah.
If you
So
would
be
like to go somewhere more private and formal for this discussion, please let me know. I have access to the entire palace.
That would be... And he kind of stands. His retainers come with him. Where would you like to take him?
I am watching like a hawk.
Yeah, do I see this? Because if I do, I feel like I would have some kind of hand gesture for like a servant who is like working for me to just.
I mean, it better be Sola, because that is who I was looking for.
I was gonna eventually try to talk to Sola and be like, "What? Did you find anything out?"
I will take him to one of the council chamber, the chamber that we use to meet with the council. But I will also have, if he is having his guards come, I will have guards come with me as well. I will have 5 guards. Just because I want to do one more.
Okay, you do so. They kind of like stand off as you guys come into the room and sit at the table, I presume.
Post them at the doors, so I can sit.
Yes. So you both sit and you enjoy maybe some finer mulled wine and you talk. He basically proposes that in exchange for aid with your numbers to help quell a lycanthropic rebellion in his country, he would be able to offer you resources from Murray, including future help. If the quelling was successful, he would offer future help for you if enemies were to attack you. He would. Let me get this up too. I had the tab
I told you this is exactly what he was going to ask for. I feel smart. He was going to ask for soldiers.
Yeah, so he asked for this. He tells about how his country. Let me get it open. I have it. But the internet is slow with all the things running. He tells about how his country has been kind of torn up in the past 50 to 100 years, and that him and his family are trying to instill order. Not in any. Yes. He tells you about how he and his family. He's a cousin of the royal family. Let me pull it up. Oh, that's right. I have it here. Not that one. Here we go. Yeah, he tells you about his country's been the most war-torn island in the Moonshays for a long time. That a tribe of lycanthropes has been harassing humanoid tribes for a very long time, and that only recently has his family kind of set the tone for a lot of the humanoids that they were going to overcome, and that they would suppress these lycanthropes from dominating the other humanoid races.
How recently did his family come to power?
This is only in the last 20 years.
All right. And what is that family? Are they all...
The family that they are a part of, he is a cousin. His last name, Elisep, is not the family name. Let me pull it up. Put here... I can find nothing. I'm so sorry, guys. I have so many notes.
Yo, Danica, you are completely good. This is amazing.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I will instead. Well, don't worry about that. You can get it to me later. But you have come so far, to seek this aid. But I know that there are many islands within the Moonshay. Do you call none of them allies? What of perhaps, say, Snowdown, Oman?
You see, I found his last name, by the way.
All right.
If I scroll back down to it, the family name that's starting to begin to take over more is Quill.
Quill.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And he tells you about how that Snowdown is having their own issues. Or actually, let me see. Let me make sure I have this right.
I am particularly interested in his relation with Snowdown.
Make an insight check.
I haven't had to do a roll in a while. Insight.
He basically says,
Not bad.
Snowdown has its own politics.
That's cocked. It was really cocked. I couldn't even tell what it was. That's better. Okay, 16.
He says Snowdown has its own politics and we do not endeavor to participate in them. We believe if we were to engage with them, we would be encouraging a similar kind of feeling to what our lycanthrope tribes have been instilling on us. We liked order, and we would like it to be the kind that is most advantageous to us.
Yes,
Not
yes.
the kind of thing. And with your insight, I think you can tell that he has an opinion about people in Snowdown. If you recall, there's rumors that.
I'm very aware. I was going to directly ask him about Lady
Lisa. Yeah, Eliza Darrison is there's all these rumors that she is undead.
Yes.
And he has opinions about that.
And they are not positive.
No.
Because
from what you can tell.
Because he's dealing with this lycanthropic, and he feels they are the same. So you call none of the other islands allies, is what you say. None seek to aid you in your rebellion quashing?
Certain are interested. However, certain are not. Some are not large enough to help us. Norland is quite sweet, but they are not. They have no force of which to help with. Mintown is too involved in their own business. They do not wish to help anyone. Gwyneth is not. So you saw those. Gwyneth, people's outside, plenty powerful, but don't seem to be interested in anyone else's business but their own. Even for coin. Aileron has been interested, but they have been wishy-washy. We would like someone who would very simply and concretely set a agreement with us.
Right.
Enough of the back and forth. And we believe you seem to be a resolute country. You seem strong in your proclamations. Why not you? We have many things we can offer.
Our people are hardy, as are their leaders. If you were to get what you seek, you say that you will provide aid in return. What of supplies? Do you have access to metals? You said you have coin.
We do. We have precious metals. In Moray, we have an overabundance of gemstones and steel.
All right. I will tell you this. It always will come down to Queen Krasmira who we decide to give our soldiers to. But I have been permitted a ship, and I plan to take some of the adventurers from the tournament today to load up said ship, and I was going to make my way to the Moonshay. I would be there for some time. If you would like to accompany with me back to your home, I would like to see this incursion for my own eyes, and perhaps we can lend a little bit of aid with the troop that I bring, so that I may get to know your enemy as my enemy. And then I will go home, tell what I have seen, what I have fought. I will fight for you. You will have my sword. And I will return home and I will say what I have seen. And then we will decide if we can send more troops for your aid. Does this please you?
Seems to be agreeable. Is there anything you can offer in future trade after this quelling?
We are very good with our productions here. We have very many farmers who work hard. And we also, I forget what else we export, but we have good whalers.
You have a lot of fishing, whaling, shrimping. You have quite a lot of obsidian and peridot. If you guys go with the mine, you would have access to that.
Yes.
Y'all had an overabundance of ivory because you are on the whale bones. You have a lot of people like ivory. So that one's appealing. And at the mention of ivory, he kind of perks up and he seems interested in ivory. We also have, I wrote down trying to remember what the others were. Oh, fresh water. Pure water. Because of your mountains, you have a lot of pure water that's really fresh. Not every island has that. A lot of them only have access to salt water. He seems interested in that. Yeah, that you guys. I think you had a couple more things I need to look into.
But yeah, so I would prioritize the ivory, the water. I would tell him that we are planning on starting a mine, but we do not have it operational yet, and that we would just simply need metals and wood. We would like to build more ships. We would like to expand our ships, which would also include fishing ships to catch more whales, to catch more fish. And that those are all possibilities for trade, as well as a peace and a unification of our forces.
Mm-hmm.
Should they or we require further aid, I would ask him if this rebellion was quelled and his family sat atop a united Moray, what would they do next? Do they seek to obtain more land and power within the Moonshae? Do they wish to be more amicable with their following isles, or are they hoping to provide my soldiers so that they can conquer more land within it?
You want to see what he's actually interested in doing.
Persuasion. Oh wait, I'm really good at that. 18.
So because you guys are drinking, you're talking, it's relaxed, it's like a nice night. He feels more open. He tells you about how some lycanthropes have been there's been an overabundance of them. Some of them have been flooding to other countries. He suspects some have been moving to Ruithheim for quite a while. So he actually has not great relations with them. He believes that a lot of people who have been injuring his people have been moving there for their overabundance of food, timber, etc. Like it's just a more rural but easier to survive than this war-torn Moray. So,
I do not know much about lycanthropy. I've only read about it, in what we have here. You want these people to be completely eradicated? Do you want them cured? Do you want them? How do you wish to deal? Can they be cured? Is it a disease? Is it dark magic? Do you know?
We are not sure. We have been researching it for some time. We are quite sure that the Black Blood tribe are using pagan magics and are staying holed up in the Orcskull Mountains and using their power to keep creating new creations. They seem to be using dark magic.
And you are researching this. You have mages of your own.
Yes, we do. We have very intelligent people. So if you're ever interested in researching, we know quite a lot about quite a lot.
It does interest me, personally. Yes.
Perhaps we should write up an agreement then.
I would like to go to Moonshae, to your lands myself.
Certainly. It is only fair.
We can discuss more on the ship if you would like. We would be taking my ship, the Goldfang. It is being prepared as we speak. I seek to leave soon, possibly tomorrow.
Our ship will follow. I appreciate your expediency.
All right.
And I'll say you guys are able to complete your conversation and shake a hand and in agreement what you'll do. Who's next? Phaedrus? Krasimir says no. Phaedrus?
Sure, yeah.
Krasimir not looking forward to this big ass woman with a big ass personality, and she's like, "Oh."
Do you think I felt comfortable doing that? Do you think that was a comfortable
I would
conversation?
rather be doing it that one than this one.
Well,
You took him from me, brother. I will remember. Krasimir will remember this.
Remember this.
I don't want him near you. He scares me.
Doesn't want anything happening with him.
I'm boozing up the cleric, and I'm trying to hang loose with the boys, laughing and talking about wars and merriments. I've seen some battle, right?
The three of them talk about the three of them and also I should make sure that I actually know his name and stop referring to him as Dorian, because I have written down his name.
I'm going to call
Why
him.
not just call him Dorian?
Because that's the greatest thing on earth.
I had a name for him, but I kind of like Dorian better.
Yeah, Dorian is definitely a great
Darren.
name.
It's like Michelle Obama was not named Michelle Obama, but we call her Michelle Obama.
I'll say Darren. Because I had his name somewhere written down. I didn't remember it enough to make it a good. So I'll say Darren. Is able. He talks about he's actually a merchant. He's a merchant fighter. And you talk to him. He is pretty good at. It seems like his expertise in this is he's done this for a long time. He's a little more. He's calm. He's kind of gentler. But seems like he's kind of like in Game of Thrones. What's his name? He's a shipgoer. They call him like the egg something.
Wait, are we assuming then that he's not like a battle sales, is he?
Darren? Battle sales?
Like you make money off of battle.
No, Darren at least. Darren is a he was the fighter, but he's a merchant as well.
A merchant by trade.
Merchant by trade. You talk to Doran, you learn the other two names. The barbarian is Jicky. With all the tattoos. He's still not wearing a shirt. He's all bandaged up. And then the Asmar's name is Gallifrey. So Gallifrey, Jicky, Dorn, and Darren. Jicky, Gallifrey, and Dorn have been in the military before. They've been in wars before. But they all have their own stories, and they weren't in military for too long. They kind of left at one point and started becoming more of mercenaries.
I turn to Dorn and I say, "You fight with them, him, her." I'm just gonna point up. You fight with you every time.
Absolute? Yes. And Lanathar. Lathandar. That's Danica. Lathandar.
They aid you each and every time.
I believe so. Yes.
How did you come to know such a great power?
I was... Well, when I was young, it wasn't hard for me to talk to Lathandar. He wasn't that difficult to speak to. I prayed in the light of the sun, and I thought of him, and I felt his blessings, and church thought that was quite something, and so I was trained under Lathandar. And then that was like how many years ago? But then I wanted to. I liked Saloon's teaching as well, and everyone told me don't. No, gods don't share, etc., etc. but I felt her presence, and she accepted me. And so I prayed to them both.
You know that land that you fought so valiantly on. Do you know the history of that land?
Which land do you speak?
The very ground that you took down the wyvern.
This island? These
Yes.
islands?
There's many stories to be told on each corner. Each of the buildings have their own tales to tell. I will tell him half the tales that I do remember, but you're gonna explain it because I don't actually know what happened in this area.
Just historically?
Yeah, just give same thing that I was doing to Lavender when we got to town, just explaining the lore of this building is definitely Art Deco of its style.
Well, there was a big dragon that showed up, and then it died.
So you kind of explain its rough history of having been a warmongering pirate archipelago for a very long time. A couple times a ruler, a king would take over and started this town a long time ago, and each time a new ruler would put their piece into it, and you kind of talk about where they're from because you've kind of done some research. You looked in the library in the keep and seen what records were there, and you kind of tell him about this. You tell him about Daria Vahash of the Rocks and how she was a bronze dragon who had kind of gone mad with her power and was subjugating much of the archipelago, that she was killed by your sister and you all? Do you say that?
My queen in command.
Yeah.
And the peculiar thing of it all is that there was a strong bond amongst its people in this town. Something that stuck with them very strongly. And what's unique about all of this is that on this day, the day that you stood upon that wyvern and spoke true to your beliefs, many people surrounded and embroidered around your belief, cheered among that very religion that we called out. I believe that this town could use more of that. Do you have someone who you care about back where you're from?
Yes. Many.
Do you pray to them?
I pray for them.
I find myself in a very similar predicament. I know that the land needs many resources that extend far beyond our shores, and as a commanding officer, I must see to it that every ship that leaves and docks here is safe. And that often means that me and the men that I guide have to leave here and come back. Sometimes they don't always have that opportunity, but I do know that if they have something to believe in them, something to help them get home, I'd be willing to give that to my people as much as you give to yours that you care of.
Roll persuasion.
Okay. Nice! 18.
Nice. He seems like very engaged with what you're saying, and you guys through the drink and the bodiness around you guys seem like you're having a connection. And he nods his head and he says, I've been wanting to start a church for some time, if thinking of.
Now, I will not lie to you. It is work that I don't have very much knowledge of. I find myself drawn to you and your faith. I would do anything that I can to help support and build this. I can give you, say, as much coin as I possibly can to get started with something very modest, but I would also ask that you might teach me some of your ways, that I might be able to lead some of my men in the same belief.
If you are interested in the teachings of Saloon, I would certainly love to show them to you. Absolutely. And that sounds amazing, and more than I could ever ask for. I thought when I was started a church that I would have to campaign for something, but for you, absolutely.
He takes his mug up to Dorans and says, "To Saloon."
To Saloon, and the barbarian Jicky goes, Saloon, and he's kind of like super drunk, and the Asmar goes, Saloon, and she takes a drink. They're all bawdy and excited, and you guys are able to do that. So that's Phaedrus. Beatrice or Krasimira, who's going next?
I guess I'll go because I know
Doesn't matter at this point.
nervous.
Okay.
We're not looking forward to talking to the big lady, so I'll approach the Eladrin.
Okay.
Political
Okay.
talk is scary.
Not when you have a sexy drow to deal with. No, it's not.
He's gonna bite you.
He's scary.
He can
Werewolf.
bite
He's
me.
gonna stab you. You need to have someone there to like monitor.
He's not going to be on my ship. He's going to have his own ship.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about her.
She's talking
But yes,
about her
you
sister,
too.
But yes, you too. You count as well.
So you approach
Yeah. and I'll-
red and green leafed Eladrin. What would you like to say to them?
I guess I would kind of go up to them and do like a little curtsy. And I'll just kind of say, well, you know, in all of the festivities, I find that we haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. You are ambassadors, I'm assuming?
Let me get their titles. Remember what they had given their titles as. Oh, it had been something like the Ashari. Oh my god. Why am I dropping it out of my brain? There's a title in the Ashari.
What, like Voice of the Tempest?
Yes, it's... Yes. I remember I'd written that. What is name? When you're trying to remember all the things. Okay. I think it's around my notes somewhere. If my internet would load faster. Okay, so you approach them.
Yeah, and I'll just kind of like ask them if they're ambassadors and introduce myself. I am Lady Viatrix, Lore Master for the Crown of Exotia.
They Katiake.
That's their leaders. Sorry if you were trying.
Oh,
Katiake is the greeting.
Katiake is the...
Yeah, that's
I don't know.
That's like well met.
It's
It's like
That's right.
It doesn't really have a word in common, so they just say Katiake
that's
as a
right.
greeting.
I was too excited.
It's like aloha. It's like hello and
Basically.
goodbye or whatever.
Yeah.
I went to. Never mind.
Trying to remember what. Friggin' fine. It's fine. It's fine. I will give it to you later if it's not right. But
Okay.
the older man, Eladrin, nods his head to you and he says, "Hello, ma'am. I had heard about you. My name, well, it is Marlis.
I didn't catch the name. What was that?
Marlis. Marliss. Marlis, I'm the voice of Childswood. And this is my god, Pyra. She is the strength of the Elderwood."
It is a pleasure to meet you.
It seems like it's almost like they're reciting like if someone was like Korn, son of Bronnet, like it's like kind of like that. It sounds like it's like so and so, voice of this place, voice of strength of this place, such and such of the place. and he goes, "It's nice to meet you as well." And Pyra kind of she has her. She doesn't seem like she's let up. Like she's still standing. She's still got her like spear there, and she kind of like knocks it against the ground one time and says, "Well, what say you, my dear? We have come from Gwyneth to speak. We would like to of you, anything of you."
Sorry, you're cutting out a little bit. So you just said that they're from Gwyneth and they were looking to speak with us.
He's come to ask of you, and he kind of seems to be speaking in like English doesn't quite translate. He's basically saying, it sounds like he's saying, "I want to know of you. Like, tell me of yourself. Tell me of this place."
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess I'll like kind of explain like our nation of Exotia and just like give him like a little brief history of yeah, like our family and everything, and like explain like what our plans are, like, you know, how like we're it's excellent, like saying how it's excellent timing that ambassadors from the Moonshay Isles would arrive, as we were quite interested in, like, you know, establishing diplomatic bonds.
Well, yes, you are a new player in the field, they say. Gwyneth finds it very healthy for us to understand our neighbors. And we would like to see what perhaps you may have to offer in the future. If you would be so interested.
Well, certainly we are interested in what Gwyneth has to offer as well, be it in trade goods or various services we could perhaps exchange in a mutually beneficial agreement. We are quite open as a new nation, I'm sure you can understand. We want to demonstrate goodwill and good faith with our neighbors and show that we are willing to work with them so that we may all flourish.
He tells you a little bit about, because you offered a little bit about your country. He seems like he's like a give and take. Like, if you're giving, he will give back. Like, he seems like it's more custom for him. He basically tells you about how Gwyneth used to be a human capital, but that the lady, basically her name, find it, put it down. Basically, Lady Seraphal had come from the Feywild and had opened a path for the Fey in the past. Or sorry, her name is Lady Ordalf. Lady Ordalf had made a home for them in a city that she had made in basically a lake that's now home to a huge portion of Fey now. Basically, the city is quite surrounded in intrigue, from what you've heard in rumors. Not a whole lot's known about Gwyneth. They're more to themselves, but they have always been friendly and open to outsiders, but also, like, they're keeping they have a wall, but it's like, we'll come out and, like, say hello and greet everyone. But, like, we're going to keep to ourselves. Seems to be their methodology. He opens the possibility of possible trade. He doesn't ask for anything in particular from you, besides, let's see. He is interested in... He does seem to be interested, actually, in your volcano. He's interested in the lava rock that comes off the volcano.
Do you mean the obsidian from the volcano or the actual
Both.
rock itself?
Both. He seems interested in the volcano. He's interested in ways of transporting the lava in its hot state, in its pure state, and keeping and having some of that for themselves.
And do you have magics that would be able to accomplish this?
Yes, I do believe we do. We can offer you many arcane gifts in return. We have quite a abundance of makers, such things.
Crafters of magical artifacts and items?
Yes. We also have an abundance of wood, and we also have an abundance of knowledge about how to make sure your crops are full. Even something we may be able to give you to increase production.
Well, our family would certainly be interested in these sorts of things, and, well, as far as the lava of the volcano goes, we don't have any particular use for it. I would have to confer with the rest of the royal family, but this is certainly something we are interested in. Now, tell me, as I said, our nation, we are new and interested in forming bonds of friendship with other nations. What is Gwyneth's relationship with the other nations of the Moonshae Isles? Does Gwyneth keep to itself, or?
We mostly keep to ourselves. We do have trade with Ellen. I think it was Eleanor? I believe. I have to look at my list. Alaron. We do have trade with them. But mostly we keep to ourselves. Occasionally Minton, but they're a wily one to trade with, so we keep usually away if we can. But they have beautiful, beautiful wines. But we do not push ourselves too far. Tetris and us have had a positive relationship for some time. Tetris and Alaron, I would say.
Quick out of character question: is Moray? That's from the Moonshae Isles too, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Mention them.
Yes, and what of Moray? I'm sure you noticed that the Dark Elf ambassador had come on this trip. Kalendar had come to speak with us as well. What is Gwyneth's opinion on that nation?
Make a persuasion check.
We got all these people that don't like each other that all want to be our friend. This happens to me in real life.
21.
Okay. You seem to be making an honest connection, and he talks to you about how his country feel that engaging with Moray would invite unrest and would invite things like their curse. He tells you that they believe the island of Moray is cursed. Nothing good will come of trading with them. Bringing none of their... They talk about how, with the 21, they do not want to bring anything from Moray's land onto Gwyneth's land. Like, they don't want it touching because it's that cursed.
Yes, I will admit I definitely had a strange feeling about that ambassador. This is good information to have. Thank you very much. My brother, I believe, was interested in an expedition. That was really hard to say. Wow. An expedition to the Moonshae Isles. Should he wish to visit Gwyneth, would he be welcome in your city for a diplomatic visit?
Well, we certainly do attempt to host. We would only allow a small number of people to enter. We can do something of an agreement side of it, but not in the city, unless you would allow a smaller number of folks to be entered. We like to keep our city protected. Less people would be preferable.
Certainly, we would not ask for you to accept an army into your city, provided that our ambassador and a small retinue of guards could be well protected in your city. We are certainly fine with a small group, if that is amenable to your people.
I can consult with my Lady Ordulf. I can never say that. I can consult with the Lady Ordulf and see what she says, but I am certain it will be.
Wonderful. I do so look forward to our budding friendship with the people of Gwyneth.
So, I appreciate your honesty.
Of course.
And he and it seems like Marlis wasn't really participating in all this like drink and feast. He seemed like he was here for a reason. It was talk to you, and him and Pyrrha stand and say, "Well, we will be expecting more from your brother. Sounds, and we will continue this conversation at a later time." And he gives you basically in regards to sending messages, he gives you basically like a contact list of basically if you have anyone that you can cast sending or anything to that you can send to, or do the old-fashioned way and send letters through boat. Basically a list of contacts to keep in touch.
Dorn can cast sending. He really needs to stay home so that he can talk to me in my brain.
Okay. So, Krasimira,
Yes.
you go to the big lady Aurora.
Very begrudgingly, but I put on a nice face.
What do you say?
I don't think she says anything. I think she just approaches and watches for a moment or two just to see what this lady is doing and acting.
Okay. She's kind of participating with the other adventurers for a little bit. They're talking, etc. And then she notices you watching her. And she kind of like leans back in her chair. And she seems a bit more sedated than usual. But the same life is behind her eyes, but she's sitting back and she's kind of grinning your way. There's an empty seat across from her, and
I will take the seat.
I mean, I guess if you're gonna talk, you do it over a drink. Takes her glass.
Sure. I'll gesture for another ginger ale.
Can so. Basically, you guys engage in a conversation. What would you like to ask of her?
What's her name again? All I remember is Second Axe.
Second Axe, Rora.
Aurora.
So you come behalf on your king.
I do.
What exactly were you looking to discuss?
Well, you are quite new, so we would like to understand exactly what your intentions are. What exactly happened to the king that seemed to cause us so much stress, and figure out what exactly your intentions are.
My late husband died in a shipping accident offshore, I believe. His body was never
So we have... What was that, a green dragon attack? Something like that?
Quite like that, yes. I'm sure you've heard that I'm the tamer of dragons, no?
Certainly. So, by the way, of question. You guys had talked about how you had called each other the tamer of dragons. You call the people in your retainers dragons. Have they ever, indeed, besides the rumors that go around that you are in fact dragons?
No.
By the people who saw you.
No,
never
she's not
shown
saying there's a real dragon. She's saying there is dragons, meaning
just
they're her
just
dragons.
I think at this point we would want to kind of give off the impression that we're like embracing the dragon thing as like more of like a joke to mock the rumors. Like, oh yeah, like we're the dragons.
It's more of like a
Here's our
metaphor.
dragon.
Dragons, everyone.
Like a
Yeah,
metaphor.
like a metaphor and like a joke.
Like
We're
the lions with the lions
Yeah.
and the wolves and like the Lannisters.
the
like,
the pillars
Yeah.
of the country are strong people because that's like that's why we have the tournament. That's why the winner of the tournament is called a dragon, because they have the spirit. They're showing the spirit, the strength of a dragon, which is what we embody. The
Totally.
spirit of a dragon.
Everyone roll persuasion at disadvantage.
she hasn't said there's a real dragon. She said yes, there's a strong one.
We just have little
Yeah.
dragon rings.
So, give me 1 second. When you say that, she says, well, yes, it does sound like, you have something up your sleeve here. Where exactly is that dragon now, Miss Tamer of Dragons?
I'll look around to see where Viatrix is.
Okay.
Oh, there she is. My sister is very capable.
Fascinating.
She likes to
She-
brag
she
that she's
kinda-
a dragon in the sheets as well.
She kind of leans forward. She leans forward towards you, Krasimir, across the table, and she lowers her voice and she says, she looks at you the most seriously she's looked at you in a while, and she looks at you and she goes, "So it was your sister that killed your husband?"
I don't know if it was... No. What? My sister, no. She would never.
There are rumors of your husband being attacked by a green dragon.
Rumors, yes. But the rumors stem from our strength.
Fascinating. And she leans back. Well, enough with that talk. I'm sure you must be mourning.
I would like to find his body, yes.
Well, in an effort to move on to our more pressing issues of what exactly your goals are in the future.
Well, we are looking for a more peaceful reign. Something that brings comfort to the people. I'm sure you are aware of the very real brass dragon that once held reign here.
Bronze!
Bronze, brand, whatever. I always get them confused!
Your brother is
We're not
brass.
evil.
Your brother is brass. Your
Bronze!
mother was bronze.
I always get them confused, okay?
When you think of your
I know
brother,
you knew.
think of ass.
Bronze.
Mm-hmm. She goes, "We are endeavoring to do the same as well. Our people are flourishing and we'd like to keep it that way. So we'd enjoy this piracy to come to an end
Of course.
for both sides."
Piracy has dealt us a few blows in the recent months. That is something I am definitely looking to quell quickly.
We certainly are looking to do that as well. Well, I'm glad to see we make the same page with this. Are you deceiving her at all? Do you have to make a deception check, or is this something you genuinely want?
Dude, to quell the pirates? Fuck yeah, they fucking attacked us.
Okay. She's also acknowledging that you were some of the pirates that attacked their stuff, and that they had also robbed you in the past. Not you, but
yeah, prior.
Sales.
Right, prior.
Sales
Yeah.
people.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prior.
Yeah.
Also, distinction between us and Pandira, you know, like
Pandira.
blame it on Pandira's like the goblin, the people that sunk our ships.
Okay.
Those
Yeah.
are like the actual
Bring
shitheads.
them down.
Yeah, I feel like
Work together to destroy Pandira. As we're not there.
Christy doesn't remember any of this. I'm sorry.
No,
That's
fine.
okay.
Hey, you've had like, you know,
You have a whole country
health
to
stuff
run.
going on too. Like,
Yeah.
you're good, dude.
You have a whole country to run.
And very little sleep. It's great.
So do you say that to her? Propose
Yes,
the
yes.
joining,
If
take
you
down
are,
Pandora?
if you are interested, Pandora is definitely on my radar.
We would be interested in such an arrangement. Perhaps in exchange we could talk about some trade.
That is also a possibility. Depends what you have to offer.
We have quite a lot of timber, and I know that's something you do not.
Fair.
Perhaps we can speak about some.
And what is
Give
it
an exchange.
exactly do you seek in terms of trade?
Well, we do have quite a lot of food, something I know that you have quite a lot of
Food
But,
is there something else?
Yes, well, we do have quite, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's called Green Rooms. And a library that is quite arcanely focused.
I forgot about the green rooms.
We
Magic
need
name the
those
big
so
old magic
bad.
I would like to
Wait, what
keep-
are the green rooms?
They have a giant magical library.
Right, and
Hang on,
we're
hang on.
two magical idiots.
I rolled a. Is this performance or deception if I want to keep a straight face on this?
Deception.
Oh my god. Dylus and Phaedrus are magical idiots and they need a book so
21
bad.
deception. To
I-
keep a
I-
straight face when she mentions the
I
art,
did
because
train with
instantly
you.
I'm like, my brother.
Your face is not a twitch. She offers the library as a resource.
I suppose that could be useful. Are those two your main sources of trade and income?
We do have quite a lot else. We are simple folk, but we also have quite a lot of strong folks, and I'm sure you have noticed. And she gestures to her guards, which were quite competent and very strong. And she actually roll persuasion.
That's the role that we do so much in this campaign, and it scares me every time.
A dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
She kind of leans forward again, and she looks around with a smile on her face, and she looks at you. And for just a moment, her eyes go strange. Like, her eyes are not the same anymore. They're larger, like the pupils bigger. There is a distinct sharpening of her teeth and her smile, and just for a moment you see this, like, she's whining a little bit, and you see her big hair, like, some of it looks like it's on her skin for a moment, and then it's gone.
She's
Wait, her hair looks like what?
She's one of the lycanthropes.
The hair's like really huge and puffy for a moment. The hair on her, it looks like shoulder and hair, like hair had grown here and then it had receded again. Super subtle. But you're staring at her and she's calling attention to it. She says,
She's a fucking werewolf.
our people are very strong and we could offer you aid in the future. If something were to threaten you, we could help take care.
You
We
wouldn't
have been
happen
a
to
sturdy-
know exactly what would be the first on the list to threaten yours or
You?
mine. Yours or mine.
We know ours. That's Murray. And Corin, of course. Corin and Pandira are have been a trouble for us for a very long time. For you, Horn as well. For your other enemies, we have yet to see.
Do you hold trades with other countries? Are you friendly with anyone else in attendance tonight?
We have similar thoughts as some of those in Gwyneth, but they are quite minor in their assistance. Aileron, however, we've talked with. We do have some trade occasionally when times are in need, but largely we're quite self-sufficient. We're a hardy folk. We do not often need the help of Southerners.
Interesting.
They definitely, from what you've seen, they have a lot. Like, they have a lot of resources. They have a lot, like, contained. Their island's, like, way bigger than yours. They have quite a lot more people than you do. Also, something to think about. They have much more numbers. They're more of, like, a New Zealand.
Gotcha.
But a lot of New Zealand. They're like New Zealand to your Hawaii.
Okay.
That makes
Yeah. That makes sense. So tell me about this king of yours, the first axe.
It's a good question. The first axe, he's been extremely essential in uniting. We once were not a united country, but thankfully, with Ulfron's help, we were able to, first act, of course, we were able to pull our nation together into a more cohesive country. Work together. He did it bloodlessly, and he did it through diplomacy.
It's commendable.
Many people admire it. He's a reasonable man.
Would it be safe to assume he is strong like you?
Oh yes. Much stronger.
Alright. I will talk to my other dragons and see how they feel about our arrangements. But I don't think anyone is going to argue with Panera.
We certainly can all agree on one thing then. Alright then. I'll expect ourselves to be talking in the future about this.
You will hear from me.
It's lovely to meet you.
And by you. I might have been wrong about you. And I stand up and walk away.
She you hear her laughing, like a belly laugh, and she's back to her a round of drinks, and she kind of raises and they're back at it.
We need to end the festivities because we all need to talk.
Okay. I can say you guys can do that.
Krasimir doesn't know Viatrix has her king.
No, we
none of you know what I did.
We all think he's dead.
Okay. So I wasn't lying when I said he died.
No, you think he's dead.
I think he's dead.
But no, can we end the festivities? Keep the event, like, possibly, because I need to tell some of the adventurers that I want them to go on the ship with me. But then we all need to go to our council chamber because we all need to talk.
Don't we have like quarters for them to like stay?
We could have the adventurers stay in the quarters.
Yeah.
Probably like barracks or something, or like some quarters.
But are we going to keep the adventurers here and tell the diplomats that they have to leave, or are we just going to send everyone?
The diplomats, if they wanted to stay, could either stay on their ships if they prefer it, or we would offer them as honored guests rooms within the palace. The adventurers, we would likely either let them.
They can stay in the palace.
They can fend for themselves, or they can stay in like the barracks.
All right.
Yeah.
However they want to do it, because some of them might have like some crazy like Lehman's tiny hut. I don't even know. They might want to tiny hut it.
To expedite it, I would want to have filled in Kit, Kai, the halfling with the gun, and the ASMR. That I would like to give them more gold to accompany me and our soldiers to the Moonshay Isles. They would be in my personal employ. We would be going on a mission.
Okay.
And if
You
I
do
could
so.
get the names of the... What's the ASMR's name?
Gallifrey.
That's Gallifrey. Alright, and the
Gallifrey.
halfling?
The halfling's name is... Where is it? Gina.
Gina and Gallifrey. Okay. Kit, Kai, Gallifrey, and Gina.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Would they be okay with Dorn staying? Have they spoken of it? Dorn, they're okay
They'll
with
speak.
them going and Dorn staying?
They'll speak about it.
Alright.
It's okay. They don't seem like they would want to separate. They've been together for a while, but they all acknowledge that
it would be
gold
for a
is
month.
good. Yeah, gold is good, and that they'll be back.
Alright. And I will specifically tell Gallifrey that I would like to speak with them personally. To come, that after I have a meeting to go to, but then I will go down to the docks. I will be loading up the Golden Fang, and that they should meet me.
Okay. I'll say that we can do that. After, are you guys speaking at all? You guys need to talk at all?
I wanted us to go to a meeting.
Yeah, before we go to speak, I just want to check in with Sola and see if there were any things, any unrest or interesting things that happened during the festival. And I also want to tell her that none of these ambassadors, any of them stay. We're watching them like hawks because I don't trust any of them, especially not the drow.
I want to keep an ear out too, just to make sure I know where to send the guards if needed.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. I think I had to do this earlier via tricks, but I'm gonna have you do it one more time because I'll say these are the rumors that Sola and the spies have been listening to the whole day. Over the course of the day, what were people talking about?
Okay, what am I rolling?
Investigation at advantage.
Ooh. Okay. 15. 16, 17, 18, 19, 21.
21, okay. At the beginning of the day, there was a lot of... Well, before the festival, there was a lot of doubts about it. There were a lot of people who thought it was going to be not a big deal, and a lot of people talked about how it seemed like a farce, like a mummer's play, and then as the day went on, a lot of people started changing their tune and were like, money has been put into this, care was put into this, time was put into this, and it started to turn the tide a little bit. But what really turned the tide was the tournament. That was a huge thing for a lot of people. It brought people together because people talked about, before, Solat tells you that before the tournament, there were a couple people who were still, the majority of people were quite excited. But she heard a whisper here and there from certain people that some were curious if the Wyvern would go, and what if one of them killed one of you or something, and what if one of you were gonna turn into a dragon and kill it or something. People were talking all these outlandish rumors and things, but some people don't think they're as outlandish, and some people were talking about it and whispering about it and wondering what the hell you would do if that happened. People were curious, and then afterwards people weren't talking about that anymore. Afterwards people were talking about Saloon, they were talking about the Bronze Dragon and how much more relaxed a lot of people were that she'd gone and all this stuff. So the tide turned over the course of the day, and at the end of the day, she got a lot of room, a lot of talk that people were quite happy, people were tired from all of the festivities, and that people were generally contented. It seemed less by the end of the day. From the beginning of the day to the end of the day, there was a big tonal shift. So I think it shows, or Solaf tells you that she thinks it shows that morality has taken a shift, at least from suspicion and curiosity to general compliance and enjoyment of the current situation. That's what you learn.
My biggest dream is compliance. So we ask for it of our town.
Wait, what'd you say?
All we ask for out of our towns, our biggest dream is compliance.
Compliance, please. At the moment, it seems like that's what you got.
Yeah.
Cool.
From the majority. There's always people, though. Solet still says.
Yeah, of course.
Opinion.
Yeah.
Beginning of the day.
Maybe.
Seems like
I'll try to have her see if she and her people can glean anything shady from these advisors, like if there are any like secret, like if they can like listening at the door, kind of like doing what they can to pick stuff up.
Their guards are gonna be posted outside their doors.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want them literally doing that, but like it's gonna be like tough, and don't compromise. Like
Send a servant in to bring them wine.
Yeah, don't compromise like the sneakiness of it, but like
she said it'll take her time. It's that you got to get back.
Viatrix, you should also make sure that any sort of brooding aggressions amongst these diplomats aren't brewing anymore. It may be smart to try and strategically place people.
Yeah.
What was that?
Put them in different wing. Like, don't put these people.
Oh yeah, the Moray and the Ruathim people. If those ambassadors want to stay in the castle, their like rooms are as far apart as possible.
West wing, east wing.
We accommodate the alliances and disalliances.
Are we basically? Are we having? Are we in our meeting room right now, basically talking about this?
Yeah.
I would say do not focus too much on sending anyone to Kolandar. He is going to come back with me to Moonshay. He is going to take his ship. I'm going to take the Goldfang. So they will not have enough time to glean anything. Just leave them be.
So we are for sure going to Moonshay.
I am going to Moonshay.
We are going to Moonshay.
You are not coming. You need to be here.
We can't break away individually on this one.
So sure we can.
What are you going to do if you come with me for this? You are the general. They need you here, and we need people to deal with the advisors that are staying here. We need to speak with, those with Ruathime.
And suppose I stay here and you are to be trapped on this island by yourself.
They are not going to trap me. And I told Kasmira I would be back in 1 month's time. If a day more, then you will know that something is wrong.
And I will go get him personally myself. I don't give a fuck.
And someone at least needs to be here to make sure that
and
she
brother does not want to risk that, does he?
I do not want to risk that at all.
Sending our general to a nation with whom we are trying to establish friendly relations is a bit aggressive, don't you think?
The general needs to stay home.
I agree.
It will seem bad.
Phaedrus, brother, why are you so keen on this?
I just have very strange feelings of us dividing so thinly. Surely we do have resources amongst us, but it is only the four of us.
I want to go because if they do turn on us, I cannot expect a ship to return. But you can expect that I will.
So it would seem, for the moment, our most immediate action will be with Moray.
They need us the most.
But are we
that could be
fighting
exploited.
I will go to Moray. I will see how bad this lycanthropic incursion is. I will see if we can defeat them. If we defeat them, we put them on the throne in Moray. They swear their soldiers to us. We double in strength in case we need to go against Ruathime.
We must also be aware of the fact that should it be openly known that we are acting with Moray, from what I have heard from our little debriefing here, the people of Ruathim will be unhappy with that.
I have not sworn any agreement with Moray. I am simply going there so that I may see what the warfront is like.
Dylus, we are much smarter than that. We know that going to such an island creates just as much of an impression.
I need to go to Moonshay anyway. We cannot just swear allegiance to these places that we have not seen.
I don't disagree with this. What is it that we know that Ruathim is giving us?
Casimira,
Oh, is that
what are they offering?
Oh,
Yeah, Ruathim is like the second axe. So that's what Rora is from Ruathim.
okay.
If you want to grow, timber is the biggest right now, and that is what Ruathim has to offer.
Moray has also offered timber and metal.
Well,
Moray did not offer timber. Moray offered
No.
metal.
steel
Yeah.
and gemstones.
Gwyneth offered timber, but not in the quantity that Ruathim can. Ruathim is bigger.
Rotham also has something that I think you would be very interested in, brother.
What?
Green
Birch.
room,
The library.
the library,
It is
and
very interesting.
they have lumber. They also have strength in numbers and strong warriors.
Kolendar says that perhaps some of the lycanthropes have made their way to Ruathim.
Well, from what I've gauged, that big one, Aurora, she's very much lycanthrope.
You want to ally yourself with them?
Well, they seem to be
You can only
offering-
pick one.
They seem to be offering better terms and services, don't you think?
But here's what I believe, sister. They are the closest, alright? I could go to Moray. Moray needs us the most, so we can bend them to our will a lot more easily. We crush the rebellion there. We gain twice as many soldiers. We gain their ships, and then we tell them that we know the lycanthropes have gone to Ruathim. They will aid us. Then we take Ruathim and the entire library and everything they have as ours as well. Then, as they are so close, we will have all of those supplies together, and then we can make a move on the actual Moonshay archipelago. Secure the closest landmass first, with aid from Moray.
It should also be noted that the people of Gwyneth are very strange, very insular, very focused on themselves, not in an unfriendly way with the other nations of the Moonshay Isles, but there's strange magics there. They have mentioned,
Closed off.
yes, they have mentioned they came from the Feywild and they produce magical items, which could be of use to us, but they feel that Moray, the very land, is cursed. So to help Moray could improve that opinion, or it could make you a pariah of sorts. I do not know.
How do they feel of Ruathim?
What was that?
How do they feel about Ruathim?
They seem to be neutral with most of the other nations. It was mainly Moray that they had strange opinions on.
Also,
They have
Rotham has agreed to help us crush Panera.
So,
Also, you noticed that no ambassador was sent from Alaron, which was the one is the most civilized, and
it's the largest.
it's the largest and most civilized. Nation. Did not send an ambassador to you. Neither did Snowdown.
Yes. Snowman. I asked of it. They believe that the High Queen is some sort of undead creature, a vampiress.
Brother, would you be traveling to all of the islands? Or
I do
just...
I do not know how many. I would it would take about, if it was 2 weeks round trip, I'm guessing it's a week to get there. A week by boat, perhaps spend 2 weeks there. I do not believe I could meet every island, perhaps only
That was my concern. It would be impossible to go to all of these nations. Would you rather go to the nations from whom we have received ambassadors, or perhaps one nation, Moray, for example, and gather information on the others, or perhaps take a few agents with you to go for a longer trip to Snowdon and Elrond?
I believe I could possibly put some of the adventurers to work, or some of our. If you give me spies, I will take them on the ship. I would like to inspect. I would like to gain information on this Snowdown, on this strange woman that leads them. It is very mysterious, and I hate mystery the most.
Just remember that gathering information is one thing, but taking action, you'll need your brood for that.
If she wishes to, and if the queen wishes to speak with me, I am to say no. I speak on behalf of Krasmira.
Be careful what you say.
These are permanent decisions that are being made, and you won't have this table to speak to at every land that you go to.
We need to talk long-distance communication. Magical.
Till that time, I definitely don't think that it'll be a good idea to be away for long, especially when you have such very great decisions to make.
I know. I am not going to make. I told Calendar that I would not make a decision until I returned home, and that Krasmira would be the last word. But I will go there, and I will see for myself what this place is like. What of Dorn? He may be able to be capable of.
Yes, I found this politics to be a little bit upsetting to my stomach. Dorn shall aid in the morale of the town. He's going to erect a church here, and from there, many shall follow whatever the belief is, and we can potentially create communication through the church.
His magic is powerful. He may be able to contact me. I've read a little bit of Viatrix has told me a little bit of magic of that sort as well. I'm sorry, I keep on saying I read things, and honestly, she mostly tells it to me. But if he is as powerful as I believe, not only could he speak to me so I could tell you what I see, but. And I turn to Krasmira. You could talk with Mother.
Not without all of us here.
Also,
Not right now.
This is assuming that we would give every bit of information we have to Dorn.
I am not saying that we give him information. I do not know. He seems good-hearted, and I do not believe that we have much to fear from one cleric.
As humans, we have little fear, but if he knew,
I know.
Would he be so good-hearted?
There are things, there is knowledge locked inside Mother's decaying skull. I am just saying that she is still valuable to us.
So, what if I tell you that I would take on tutelage of his work? Learn what he can do. It would be much helpful to have a green room to do such things.
If you could learn such things, and then you could speak with Mother for us, or be able to communicate with us over long distances, that would be very useful. I'm trying to learn things myself. That is why the green room would be powerful. I believe that locally you three could work with Ruatheim. I will go to Moonshay, and then if we can play both sides, and then eventually turn with the aid of Moray against Ruatheim, then
I think it would be best
secure the most.
for this trip, since you only have a short amount of time, Visit Moray, and if you can, visit Gwyneth.
Visit.
But yes,
Didn't
you
say
may
that they
only
were closed off?
Yes, but I have here a list of contacts, and if you speak with these people, send them missives or send them a message via sending spell,
Right.
you may take a small retinue of soldiers into the city. Just a small guard.
Give me the list.
I hand it over.
Quick question. How far does message work? Not very far,
Messages,
right?
like
Message is different. It's
messages.
sending.
Sending is like
Anywhere.
Sending is anywhere on the material plane.
And you can do it across planes, but it has a chance of failing.
But
I would not.
I
I would-
believe that Doran would be able to do it.
Perhaps I would not venture into these unknown nations for now. Send spies, people who are expendable. That way, if they do not return or do not send back viable information, we are not risking our own secrets.
I
am
most
going-
definitely agree.
I am going to take 4 of the adventurers. The rest will be with you all to decide what they can do. I will also be taking 30 men. And how many of your spies will you give me?
I will need to discuss it with your little Sola.
I leave soon. You are the spy master. How many?
I'll say at this point, because you are also training them, you have around 10 that you trust.
Oh.
I would not want to send Sola. Perhaps one to go to Snowden and one to Elron.
That is what I was thinking. Alright. The 4 adventurers, me, 30 men, 2 spies. And
Sister.
Collindar will be taking his ship as well. He will be accompanying me.
You have been very quiet.
You have.
Where is that fiery opinion I know you have brewing under the surface?
Just listening to what my siblings have been thinking about. Brother, I will say, do not be so hard-pressed on the Moray front. I am not convinced that I want to backstab Rotham so quickly.
I speak not of doing things quickly. It takes a long time to quell a lycanthropic incursion, I am sure.
Even still, I have a feeling from what we have been hearing from the other ambassadors, Moray is looked down upon. That is something I do not want transferred to Exosia. No one
Fair.
looks down on us.
As you say, sister. I will go and observe. I will not promise them aid.
Do not
Yeah.
sign anything.
I will sign nothing. I go speaking in your name, and I cannot sign your name to paper, sister.
Consider it an information gathering. I'm not opposed to knowing our enemy, but I cannot give them my allegiance at this point.
Of course.
We only wish to assess the issue to see how exactly our resources would be best applied to their problem.
That is what I told Kolindar. I said I would go to observe. I said that I would perhaps engage in a skirmish to see what battling them is like.
I trust your judgment, brother, so you make the choices you need to make, but keep in mind what I have said.
You are queen. If that is all, I need to prepare my ship.
Is there anything else?
I wanted to detect thoughts on Kai, but I'm not going to do that without JJ here.
Yeah.
Can I...
The next time we play, we can always like rewind and like do that because he's gonna come on the ship with.
I would say, yeah, because we probably we'll probably end for the night in just a
I'm
moment.
going to save the detect thoughts. I'm not going to use it on the bard.
I mean, I would just be if that concludes the meeting. I would go down to the docks. I would bring clothes and food. Would I be able to have made a nice cloak out of some of Mother's skin?
Sure.
Just so that they know that
Brother, what items do you
a
have
dragon.
at the moment?
I have the necklace. I have flame tongue.
What does the necklace do?
It gives me max damage die on my breath weapon.
Oh, okay.
If they
So you got the same one as me.
No,
No, you got
yours
the I
causes
got
a
the dex
failed
save.
dex save.
Gotcha.
Yours they failed the save. Mine it's max on the damage.
Bro.
And I have the shield, right?
Yes. Yes. So I am taking.
You
I
have the
have
breastplate.
necklace. I have the necklace.
Breastplate.
I will load up the ship. I will have flame tongue
Okay.
that I will take with me. I will take my armor that I had made, and I will bring that. I made some armor out of Mother's bones.
Great.
And if did the ASMR
Gallifrey?
did Gallifrey come to the docks?
Yeah. I'll say we'll pick up there next time.
Wait, is this like the docks leaving?
No,
No,
he's packing the
The
ship.
night before.
I will
Alright.
leave at dawn.
Oh crap!
At dawn we plan.
At dawn I leave.
Will
I
we
said
say
from
what
the beginning I
happens
would leave
to the ring now, or what happens to the ring next week?
the ring?
We can talk about it. He said he needed at least a day or two.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to do like a jump. Like if we come back, are we jumping a couple of days? If that's the case, I just want to make sure the ring's done.
Oh, yeah. We'll talk about that next.
Okay.
It'll be done.
'Cause,
It'll most likely.
Next time we play, I still got to detect thoughts on JJ, so we'll be essentially jumping right back into this time.
Yes.
Then probably, yeah.
Yes, so it will be me, Gallifrey, Gina, Kit, Kai, 30 men, sailors, soldiers, 2 spies, and that will be the Goldfang loaded up to go to Moonshay
Okay.
in the morning.
Well done, all of you. You have
Tricky.
navigated your festival. It was hit off with a bang, especially with your Wyvern tournament, which seems like it might become tradition on Renewal Day. You successfully announced your country. Diplomats came to kind of suss out what you were all about. You also had a couple people from your adventuring group. You had around 30 adventurers that came, and some of them around 12 to 15 stood out to you as outstanding, and the other 15 who may not have talked about did seem like competent people, maybe not as quite as competent as your 12 or so. But with that, you were able to navigate some social relations with these people and come to a certain amount of agreeances with them.
Wow, Ink.
I know.
Jesus.
What?
We literally said the
chat?
exact same thing
Order,
3
the
times
same
in a
order.
row.
All right.
right.
Well, fuck.
With that,
Ooh,
well done.
that
I
was
think I
really
can
good.
go ahead and sign us off.
Yeah.
When
Right.
when you are attempting to make trade with other nations, some that perhaps may suspect you of nefarious means, make sure to always add your proficiency bonus.
Ayo! Yay! Always so good.
Thank you, Danica.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Danica.
I do have a
I
Thank you,
can't- I
Danica.
can't-
You're amazing.
I can't.
Oh
drop
wait,
the
thanks to
accent.
JJ for joining us.
Yeah,
That
he'll
was
be back.
very awesome.
Yes.
Sorry,
A very
Australian heat
impressive
fried his
paladin.
internet.
Is he a dragon or
We
is
don't
he not?
We
know.
have no idea.
I don't know. Just a gnome.
If
Sorry,
he is a
you
dragon,
thick
can you
gnome.
landcast it?
He didn't take a point of damage.
Nope.
He didn't take a point of damage. He was only stunned.
He was stunned. Yeah, was not hurt. It's pretty
Maybe
impressive.
maybe he's actually just a Tarrasque in disguise.
God, I hope so.
Because he's just
The
a
rock's tough.
tabaxi with a hat of disguise on.
If I want to be, wait, are we off or are we still?
No, we're still on.
We're still on. Thank you
No,
to
we need to
Danica
talk
Yes,
about
thank you, Danica.
for
Thank you,
literally
Danica.
DMing like 50 NPCs and multiple fights for us.
Yeah.
Keeping track of
Amazing.
like 6 royal families
Run,
in
when
like
you run a
10
country,
countries.
I should have said that should be our sign off. When you're trying to run,
Run
a
a
country,
country. Add your
and
proficiency.
not just 1 but 7, make sure to add your proficiency bonus.
Yeah.
That's our sign off.
Yeah, remember that next week we are back again with Wish, and we will back again for episode 3 of Brood in 3 weeks.
And don't forget
Once
to
a
go to
month.
dicebar.com, use the coupon code PROBO, free expedited shipping to anywhere in the world.
Yay!
And keep an eye out on Tuesday in April. We will have a new show.
April 2nd, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Tabletop
Exciting.
Legends. They're giving away a set of the alternate art covers, the foil covers of the core texts.
Yeah, I mean,
If you
I'm
gotta tune in for that, though.
I'm gonna tune in. I want to win those.
Yeah.
They're beautiful.
That
They
Hydro
belong
74
All-
art.
all your art.
All right.
Alright, fam, we will see you
Bye.
next week. Okay, love you.
See you
Bye.
next week.
Bye.
Bye.